Did I ever tell you about the satanic girl that was in here?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
In today's video, I brought two different skeptics to two of the most haunted locations in America to try and capture proof of the paranormal with debunkers.
Could you please clap back for me?
And let me tell you, by the end of the night, people who went into this very skeptical came out alive with some absolutely frightening personal encounters with the spirit world.
The demonic thing, that was, you just had to be here.
Demon? Ooh, that was creepy.
I kind of feel like it's down there. 3, 2, 1.
That was almost like 4 footsteps. It feels cold here.
Welcome to tonight's episode of the Paranormal Files, where we're trying something that we've never done before. And even though we took skeptics, debunkers, ghost hunting, some of the evidence that we captured in these two different investigations was incredibly compelling, and you might even say a little bit more frightening than what we capture in our normal videos. Anyways, thank you for tuning in today. My name's Colin, and welcome to the Paranormal Files. This video is brought to you by Simply Safe. There's no safe like Simply Safe. As a ghost hunter who's out every week chasing the paranormal and a true crime podcaster on Murder in America with my wife Courtney, I've seen my share of spooky and unsettling stories, but nothing chills me more than the thought of my family, aka Courtney and our pets, being unsafe while I'm away at some haunted location. Courtney, our dogs Elfie and Kai, and our cat Kitty are my everything, and I need to know when I'm gone that they're protected. One night, while I was recording a podcast episode about a terrifying home invasion case, this realization hit me hard. Our home could be vulnerable to criminals like that, too. And that's why I'm so excited today to partner with Simply Safe. Their reliable, easy-to-use security system gives me the peace of mind I need to focus on hunting ghosts and telling stories, knowing that while I'm out of town, my loved ones are home safe. Being on the road for ghost hunts means that I'm often far away from home, so Simply Safe's components are a perfect fit for my life. The cameras let me check in on my house in real time through the Simply Safe app, whether I'm in a creepy abandoned asylum or just down the street. Entry sensors on doors and windows alert me instantly if anything's off, which is critical when I'm not there to investigate myself. And since Courtney and I have 2 dogs and a cat, I love the fact that their advanced AI can tell the difference between our pets and an intruder, avoiding false alarms. Plus, I've even added water sensors to our home to protect my ghost hunting gear. These sensitive cameras that we use in recorders don't mix well with leaks. It's a system that, once I installed it, adapted to my unique needs, and that's huge for me. What really sets Simply Safe apart, though, is their Active Guard outdoor protection. Old school alarms only kick in after a break-in, too late when you're dealing with the aftermath. With Active Guard, AI-powered cameras spot suspicious people approaching our home, and monitoring agents can immediately talk to them, trigger alarms or spotlights, and even call the police before anything happens. It's like having a live guard out there 24/7, and the AI knows friend from foe, so I'm not bothered by alerts for the mail carrier. Plans start at just $1 a day with no long-term contracts, and I set it up myself in under an hour, though you can have a pro come in and install the system for you. No wonder Simply Safe's been named Best Home Security System by US News and World Report 5 years running. So I want you, my viewers, to feel this same security. So I've teamed up with Simply Safe for an exclusive deal. Right now, save 50% on your new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a professional monitoring plan and get your first month free. Visit simplysafe.com/TPF to customize yours. Trust me, it's worth it. Courtney and I have worked with Simply Safe for a long time. They're a company that we love. We honestly have a whole Simply Safe system in place in our home. And let me tell you, there's no safe like Simply Safe. Anyways, y'all, let's get back to our show. So today's episode is really interesting, taking skeptics, and specifically in one case, a debunker who watches paranormal videos and kind of makes fun of them, ghost hunting, to see if we could experience some of the things with them that we normally do when we shoot our videos. You know, it's really interesting. I've done a number of investigations in the past with skeptics. The way that I've always felt, and this is just personal, is that if you don't believe in the paranormal, or you're not really trying to seek it out, you're not going to have an experience. This happened back in 2022 when I was shooting my web series that I did with the New York Post. There was a reporter that came out that was incredibly skeptical. Every single time anything happened, there was a little knock on the wall. He'd say, "Oh, that was probably a rat," or the REM pod goes off. He'd walk over, take the whole device apart, unscrew, screw everything back in, say, oh, this is probably, caused by the wind blowing on even though we're inside. And even when he examined one of the devices that was going off and the whole crew was freaked, even when he examined this device and determined that he couldn't provide an explanation for what happened, he just claimed that the device was malfunctioning. Literally, I'm not kidding. He just sat there and said, yeah, this has to just be broken or something. I can't explain why that happened. It's just gotta be broke. So that episode obviously never made it to air. It was pretty bizarre. I felt like he was just kind of laughing at what we were doing the entire time. And I feel like that's really important. And you're gonna see that play out across these two different investigations tonight. If you're skeptical and you want to experience the paranormal, my biggest advice would be to just go somewhere with the intention of making contact with something or someone, or at least just be open to what you might experience. Because from my 10 plus years of investigating, if you sit there and every single time something happens you're immediately just explaining it away, I don't know what to tell you. The whole night is going to go nowhere. The vibes and the energy that you put out into the environment matter just as much as what you're picking up on in the environment. So if you're going in there with the energy of, yeah, this is all just bullshit and I don't believe in anything, well, I feel personally that whatever's there or whatever these energies are isn't going to want to come speak with you or interact with you or even show itself around you. We don't understand the paranormal. I don't claim to at all. If someone does, my best advice, turn around and run the other way, because nobody knows at the end of the day anything about what we're documenting here on this channel, on all these other channels, throughout different paranormal, research studies and experiments that have been done across the world. No one really understands what this is because it's all subjective. Now, I do want to state that I am not going to be giving my thoughts on certain communities here on YouTube in this video. This has nothing to do with that. People know my takes on all of that. I've had a lot of people, lie about me over the years and just completely make up things to get clicks themselves. So I have my own thoughts about people online who engage in that behavior and produce videos like that. But, this is our world that we live in. Everybody has the freedom of speech for the most part. So you could say, what you want. I support your right to do so. However, in this video, I worked with a guy named Side-Eye Guy here on YouTube. He has made some videos that were a little harsh about my family and I, which I think is kind of the beauty of this situation, is that we sparred back and forth a year and a half, 2 years ago. We exchanged messages and angry words, but I kind of listened to him and got what he was talking about, and he did the same. He ended up changing like a title, and I kind of did the same on my video. And it was interesting. He actually opened my eyes to a few things, and I think I did the same for him. But I am not condoning, the content that's put out, especially dealing with all of my friends in the paranormal. Everybody knows, what it's like to have people make videos about you. So yeah, I'm not condoning the actions of people that do those sorts of things, especially when they veer into the territory of just taking cheap personal pot shots or insinuating things that are false about individuals, painting someone out to be something that they're not. I definitely take issue with videos like that, but this is different. This video is all about investigating. So without further ado, let's get into our first investigation here. This video, or portion of the video, was filmed back in October of 2024 when we met up with a guy named Dawson Toller at a notorious location in Texas called the Olde Park Hotel. I've investigated that place plenty of times on the channel. It's always given me some absolutely crazy energy. He invited us out and we decided to join him. Now, Dawson's not technically a debunker or a full-on skeptic, but out of everybody I've ever worked with, he's definitely the most skeptical person that I've ran into, and he's very good friends with a lot of people in the debunking community. So he qualifies as a skeptic to me. I know he might have changed in the last few months, but you're going to see some really, really interesting stuff here. But for now, let's cut back to when we arrived at the Olde Park Hotel that evening. We met up with Dan, who you guys will know from the previous videos we shot here. I absolutely love the guy. And yeah, things are about to get weird.
Well, as you can see, the building, what's unique about this building, and a lot of people don't realize, is it's in 3 different phases. And this particular concrete part that we're in towards the back of the building was built around 1900. And it's the only actual concrete part. The part that goes this way on this side of the wall going this way is believed to have come from Old Runnels City and possibly could even been part of the old courthouse back in the day in Runnels City, because a lot of old historians were tagging, basically saying a lot of buildings were moved, and they're saying the other half of our building came from there and was attached to the original 2-story house. So most people don't realize that right inside the structure where we were standing is the original 2-story house. And the outside wall was this way. So you're talking like the first phase of the house, the second phase back here, and then you have the third phase. And that's one of the reasons why we use the word circa 1886, because we can't nail the date of how old this place is. And it's also in 3 different phases. So it's like, how do you tag a date on something like that? What we do know is it's very old. It at least dates back to 1886 or even possibly before 1886. We have very old pictures of the house. We have a really old picture up front which actually shows the original jail. The jail building across the street was built in 1925, which that sucker's about to hit 100 years old. But the original jail, which is in the same picture as our house, shows just how old everything is. You know, it goes way back. So one of the reasons why we think there's so much activity with the building and people running into so many different different sightings of apparitions, many different people, many different things, is because of all the different phases that the building, this whole structure was over time. And it's been a brothel twice. It's been 4 different hotels. It became the Park Hotel in 1920, but before that we found out it was 3 other hotels. It started off as a boarding house called the Seacrest Boarding House, which was a Seacrest family. Their dad basically got the house, and eventually he had a ranch up in Nebraska. He got old, went up to Nebraska, and he turned it over to his daughters. And there were 3 daughters, Octavia Seacrest, Ellie Seacrest, and Elizabeth Kitty Seacrest, we believe, took it over at that point. There were like 5 sisters, but these 3 sisters took it over. Then it transitioned, became the 3 Sisters Hotel, then it became the Royal Hotel, and then it became the Park Hotel. So that right there shows you a lot of the history, because the Park Hotel didn't become until 1920. And then the Keel family bought it in 1922 and carried it forward, and there were many different generations there. So you're looking, basically, you're thinking about all the different people that were here over time. And that's one of the reasons why we think it's so active. And there's also famous outlaws that have come through here that are all associated with the building. Bonnie Parker was born just 8 miles that way. And Bonnie's mother, Emma Krause Parker, her family also is from this area. So the historians, like we had a nearly 100-year-old man walk through our door right after we bought the building. And he worked here for Mr. Keel back in the day, and he's just telling us all these stories in our lobby, and all of a sudden he spins around and points out our door, and he's like, I'll never forget the day I shook Bonnie and Clyde's hand right outside our door. And we're just like, you shook Bonnie and Clyde's hand? He's like, yeah. He goes, they were here all the time. And then he was like, do you have the old hotel books? And we're like, what? And he's like, the old hotel books. And we're like, no, we don't have them, unfortunately. He's like, well, they always signed them. It was almost like they wanted to people know that they were here. And one of the rooms, even though this is the Bonnie and Clyde room here, one of the rooms that a lot of people pick up psychic impressions of Bonnie and Clyde is the pink room up towards the front right. And they pick up a lot of things there. The outlaws, we had Emmanuel Clements Sr. We also had Jim Deacon Miller. They called him Killer Miller. We also had John Wesley Hardin in this area. We also had the Sam Bass gang. They all knew each other because they were actually all in jail together at one point. So they all got to know each other, including Johnny Ringold from Tombstone fame. They were all held in the same Texas jail, so they all got to know each other. And they ran together for a while. Well, Emmanuel Clements Sr. came up here after killing a bunch of people, doing a bunch of things, and for some reason decides to run for sheriff of Ballinger in 1887. It was a very hot, contested election. Basically it lost, but they got in each other's face, and one day he was in the Senate saloon, which we found out was next door, having a drink, and he got accosted by Townsend, and the sheriff, Formwalt, walks in, Marshall Townsend and Sheriff Formwalt, who actually won the election, and they get into this huge argument, and
Did you hear that?
they kill him. What was it?
It was over here somewhere. Knock over here.
That's the way it always happens, right? Whenever I'm telling stories, things
I
happen.
think typically things like to pop in whenever you're talking, and sometimes they may not just like walk straight up to you, but they kind of like to watch you and.
Especially if you're telling their story.
I totally think that's what it is, because they're kind of like, okay, is he going to get this right? Is he going to leave things out? It's not like what you say. They're observing.
Or it's when the lady's like, damn,
Yeah.
this guy's really creepy.
Yeah, this guy's creepy. Yeah. I mean, you never know what these spirits are thinking all the time when they're around us. You really don't know. I mean, honestly, if we could see them, it'd probably freak us out. There's probably like 20 people watching us right now.
Yeah, like
And if they were visually like where we could see them, we'd be like, oh, wow, But anyway, Clemens was killed next door, and his son-in-law, James Brown Miller, who married Emmanuel's daughter, Sarah, she went by Sally, didn't take too kindly, went after Townsend. Townsend was coming into town one day. Well, anyway, Deacon carried a double-barrel shotgun. It was a signature weapon. And for years, he was rumored to have killed his own grandparents, killed a cousin, rumored to kill a lot of different people. He goes after Townsend, blows Townsend off of horseback right outside of Ballinger one night. Thought he killed him, hit him so hard it yanked his arm practically off. He had to have his arm amputated. Well, Townsend could not work law enforcement anymore, and we actually have a newspaper article on our wall downstairs which talks briefly about that.
Did you just whisper?
did you hear that?
Yeah.
I swear to God.
I thought you were just like.
Yo, that's f***ing crazy.
I told you.
It was a whisper, like,
It sounded like,
it sounded
right
like,
behind you.
There was something. Hello?
That's how it always happens. They just.
Careful.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, we're next to the doll room, which
I looked in there.
Which last time they were here, that room was crazy.
that's where we heard all the shit.
Yeah, and it's always in this general area that people hear the growls. The growls come this way, the growls come from back here. They come from the room. Sometimes they come straight from the doll room.
This is where we had the rope light set up from
Yeah.
like right here all the way down to the last room.
Yeah. Somebody had their legs grabbed not too long ago up here, like literally.
So what do you think the growls are, honestly?
I really don't know. This is somebody that's a little creepy. We have a Ouija board downstairs that was made for us, and the wood supposedly came from a house out of a famous Dead Files episode up in Nebraska. And going back to that episode, it was one of their craziest episodes. They described hearing an animal sound growling in their house back in that episode. And they linked that to a spirit named David. Well, anyway, that board is supposedly the wood came from that house. And what's crazier is we get the name David coming out of the board. And I think we got that last time, something along those lines.
Yeah.
And when you think about what they're talking about on the past Dead Files episode about the growling, the weird things that they were hearing in that house, when I think back, the growling didn't really start here till we got that Ouija board, and maybe a little bit before that.
Yeah, it wasn't happening the first time.
No,
that I
it
came.
really wasn't happening. I mean, there were obviously weird things, but the growling has just gotten really bad. And sometimes it's low. I've even had people saying, do you have a growling dog in here? Things like that. And I'm like, no. We don't know what it is. We really don't. You guys heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's freaky.
Something scratching
Oh my God. Dude, every hair in my body is standing up. What was that noise? That was a growl or a screech. That literally was like, Oh my god, dude. Whoa. Dude, what is that, bro? What the f is that? Those were like, I hate to use the D word, but those were not human vocalizations that we just heard. That's fucked. Did we just hear your voice? Oh god, the shadow just scared me. Did we just hear your voice out there?
Cashiers.
Cashiers. Ask it to make that noise again.
Can you make that noise again?
Better. Not. Asking. That.
Better not asking that. Is it a bad idea for us to take the rosary off of this doll? Dude, those sounds were straight demonic. And it was in this fucking hallway, bro. That was closer than the Hill House was. Oh god, what's it about to say?
In. Should. Go.
You should go. You should go, is what it just said to us. Dude, I'm shaking, bro.
I mean, we just, don't know what it is.
What's the freakiest room up here, do you think?
Did you hear that though?
Yeah, like.
Well, then you ignored it, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I was just hearing things.
So, no.
Yeah.
No.
The freakiest room up here,
Can we walk in there real quick?
honestly, this whole area to me, this whole area is creepy. This is the room that always gets my attention right here. And this is the room that we feel that a woman was killed right here on this wall, strangled. And people pick up, and this is the craziest thing, people pick up the argument. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that. There's this argument of a man yelling and a woman yelling. And sometimes that happens at 4:30 in the morning, wakes people up in their rooms, and it sounds like two people just having a fight. Sometimes it's loud, sometimes it's lower. You hear the argument at the end, you hear it at the beginning, the middle. Lately, what's been happening again is we get a woman screaming, and that's been happening a lot in here. People are like, where's screams coming from? I'm like, I don't know. This room right here is just, to me, I think it's one of the creepiest rooms in here, because this room can change, on a heartbeat.
Feels heavy.
And
I remember even
sometimes
last
this room,
time.
literally, when you're standing in here doing whatever it is, it just feels like the room just shifts. You just feel like almost like you're just not in equilibrium anymore.
What is
That
it
makes
about
no
this
sense.
upstairs? Because this upstairs is way darker than like the first floor. What do you think that
It
is?
it seems like a portal. It really does. It seems like the moment you come down these 3 stairs, boom. You're like in what we call the zone back here. Don't know how it got created. What's crazy is we had a session not too long ago, a spirit box session, and the word witches kept coming out, and the word ritual kept coming out, and the word spirit's trap kept coming out. So it kind of makes me wonder, did somebody do something in here at some point that, you know, is binding everything? I really don't know. It's got to make you wonder. Did I ever tell you about the satanic girl that was in here?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. We do these overnight paranormal lockdowns, which the public comes. We don't know these people till they come. $50, they come and stay overnight. Well, this particular overnight lockdown we did like 2 years ago. This girl shows up. She was like the first one here with her mom. She's about 24. She walks in the door. Normally you have a casual greeting, you know, hi, how you doing? Her greeting was, I conjure demons. And I was like, oh, that's nice. I literally said that. I was like, oh, that's nice. I thought she was joking. She looked me very serious in the face. She's like, I talk to demons, I conjure demons. Well, she's just going on and on, talking about all these things. Well, anyway, the other guests are coming in. I'm getting a little nervous. I'm kind of like thinking, okay, I don't want the other guests to hear this stuff. You know, we're supposed to have a regular paranormal investigation. Well, this girl ends up disappearing into building, and we end up doing our investigation. Well, at one point we come down this hallway and we're doing our thing, and I hear a noise in here, and I peek around this doorway looking in here, and this girl is standing right here looking in this mirror doing all these weird contortion, looking at herself in the mirror, going like this and twitching. She was the only one in this room. And I'm peeking around the corner, not saying anything, thinking in my mind, what the hell is going on here? And all of a sudden, this is what she does. She's twitching and she stops. And she turns her head like she's looking in her reflection straight at me. And you should see my head like dirtbag. I was kind of like, oh no. And I didn't know what to make of it. I was like, and then when I peeked back, she was gone. She like snuck through here or something.
This door?
Yeah, she went that way. Somebody told me that night, she disappeared again. Somebody told me that night that she told them that she was going to take some type of blood bath in a bathtub and that she's going to do something with demons again. I don't know what she did in this mirror. I don't know who did these. I don't know all this stuff.
Weird that she was attracted to this room when you thought it was the darker.
She was right here, right in front of this mirror, looking into this mirror and looking like she was, when you watch movies where they're like taken over, that's what she looked like. But the creepiest thing was that stare that she gave me back. I was just like
you were the crazy one.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want any part of this. That was my fault. I went back to the group, act like nothing even happened.
Hey, can you act out the twitch one more time?
She was like this. She's just, of course she's shorter than me, but she's standing like right here, and she's just doing, that's how she looked to me.
I can only imagine walking past this room and just.
That was me.
And then you're
Except I was peeking around the corner trying to make it where she couldn't see me. I didn't think she could see me. And then she just stops. And her head just kind of cocked a little bit. Her head went like that, and then it turned, and she's looking straight at me, but through the mirror.
And this is the room that you guys have always thought the woman was murdered in, right?
Yes.
Like even
right
back
there.
in 2018 when
Right
I
there
came.
on that wall.
That's so weird that she would choose this too.
And this closet always has weird feelings to people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what it is about this room. We also pick up on things that, through spirit boxes, that he possibly threw her body out the window, trying to get her out. The funny thing about it is we can't find this in newspapers. And the thing about newspapers is you always think, I do a lot of research, I'm always digging up things. I just found where a girl was killed in here, a 5.5-year-old girl, accidentally shot with a rifle through the head. Octavia Seacrest's daughter
Here?
was killed in our building.
In the building?
Yeah, her name was Wilma.
Holy shit,
5.5
that's
years
crazy.
old. Another 14-year-old girl, they were playing. 14-year-old girl, 5.5-year-old girl, and the 14-year-old picked up a rifle and was doing something with it, and it went off and shot Wilma through the left eye. And Octavia came in and picked up her body. There's 2 newspaper articles that I have. Picked up her body, and she died right in her arms.
Where did that happen?
We don't know where in the building, but
No, it didn't happen.
But originally they had Wilma buried in the Evergreen Cemetery down the road. Well, her mom and her dad were buried farther north, and they eventually moved her body from this cemetery to their plot. So now she's buried with them in the same plot, but she was buried in this cemetery down the road.
It's very interesting.
So you got to think about tragedy mixing in with things. You know, you always wonder, why is there paranormal? You know, it's the different layers, you know, different things happening and different history. Oh, the other weird thing was when I found this article, I go into these archives all the time looking for things. I just look for keywords. I never found that article in my life after looking for murders, shootings, whatever. All of a sudden, not just one newspaper article pops up that one day, but 2 of them. And the month was May. And this shooting happened in May 1919.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
So I found the article probably like 2 weeks after her daughter was supposed to be killed back in 1919.
Jeez.
That's really
So it was
interesting.
almost like it was meant to be
I'd say so.
after years of looking for things.
That's the universe. I fully believe in the universe.
For
It
sure.
is.
It was
and-
like fate, you know?
I mean, it's these things like their stories. They're trying to relay these things, but maybe they just don't know how to do it. And they just pop up, you know, in different ways. But getting back to this girl, the demonic thing, that was, you just had to be here. I mean, that was just one of those moments.
Well, with your reenactment, it almost.
I mean, if
feels
you
like
would have seen
I
my
was.
head dart past that door, I was just like, it was like a scene out of Emily Rose. I was just like, nope, I don't.
So what would you have done if she started like chasing after you?
I don't know, but I went back to the group like faster than
Yeah.
anything, and I was trying to ignore what I just saw, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I mean, if you see one of your guests just, you know, doing all these things, and then you see him standing in front of one of your mirrors like
By
that,
themselves.
you don't forget that. And I've never seen this girl ever since, so I have no clue what she did in here. She could have done rituals. I really don't know.
Well, she was doing something.
Last time we were in here, this bathroom was like freaking us out really, really badly.
We kind of have a feeling that something happened in that bathtub. We haven't put our finger on it, but there's something about that bathtub.
Who knows with this place?
I can't remember what we got in here, but it was something. weird.
We did a DR60 in here, I remember, and then I went in the closet.
Oh yeah. Well,
There's so much.
it's a freaky looking mirror.
Yeah. And back here we have Deacon's Den, which we brought all the furniture, of course, like I was telling you guys last time.
Is there still that woman in here?
Oh, you remember her.
God, she scared the
shit.
shit out of me last time. There was a like mannequin
Oh, she's
that was
gone.
like standing right here in the doorway.
Right here.
Thanks for telling me, because last time I nearly shit my pants.
Yeah, she's creepy as hell,
Yeah,
man.
Black Widow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Halloween leftover.
Yeah, I walked down this hallway and looked over to my, and just like out of the
I
peripherals,
forgot to tell him.
I saw him like, ah!
The biggest thing again, and I don't know if you guys saw it last time, but the biggest thing that people are still telling us, and I haven't seen this myself, is when they're sitting at the angles in these chairs where they're looking in the reflecting back this way, they're still seeing the people standing in here and out here. So that's like the biggest thing. Mirrors seem to,
Weird.
This is where we did the Estus, and I remember while we were in here, we kept hearing like all this movement in the hallway.
yeah. And that's what you're going to feel or hear, is you'll be back here and there won't be anybody else up here, and you'll hear them come down the hall. You'll think I'm coming down the hall or something. It's not. And you'll peek out and you'll just be like, ooh. Cool. Yeah.
Before we're done, can you
Yeah.
retell that story about being woken up by the ghost? Because that shit's very creepy.
Yeah. Never forget that one. That happened right after we bought the building. Matter of fact, the first time we ever slept in a building. And our bedroom again is up front, downstairs. We just put the bed in. We had just done our first evening ghost tour. And we had about, I want to say that night we had about 8 or 9 people. And so much stuff was happening, they didn't want to leave. It was like midnight and we were kind of like, you need to go so we can go to bed. Finally got them out the door. Well, we decided that we were going to lay in bed and we were going to listen that first that was the very first time we slept here. We were just going to listen and see what we could pick up. Well, Connie was like, I'm going to stay awake with you. No. 20 minutes later, she's like, I'm going to sleep. So she rolls over, she goes to sleep. So I'm laying on my back. It's about 1 a.m. at that point. I'm just like, great. You know, something happens, I'm not going to have a witness. That's the number one rule. You got to have somebody else to collaborate what your experience is, or you hope to. Nothing happened. It seemed very dead. Nothing was going on. So eventually I got sleepy. I went to sleep. To this day, I don't know how long I was out because I didn't look at a clock, but I would estimate 3 or 4 hours. The way I remember this is I was laying in bed, deep asleep, and all of a sudden I feel a woman's hand massaging my scalp, like over my head, but it was in a very sensual way. So my first thought is, you know, as I'm coming to sleep or coming awake, my first thought was, oh, my wife, you know, she's rubbing my head. Where's this going? Well, as I'm that was my first thought, you know.
You're getting excited.
So, you know, that's kind of what it felt like, you know, like, all right, you know. And so I'm coming awake and I'm feeling this hand. And the first thing I did is I opened my eyes. But when I opened my eyes, the moon, we didn't have curtains on our windows yet. There was a slight curtain, but the moon was coming through a lot, so there was a lot of glow in the room. My first thought, or my first sight, was of Connie's back. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm staring at her back because I'm coming awake. I'm like, okay, I just imagined all this. It's a dream. So I start to close my eyes. This was all simultaneously. And as I'm closing my eyes, the darn hand moves on the back of my head again. So at that moment, I'm kind of like this. I'm laying on my side, facing my wife's back. I'm kind of like, what the hell? And I start to roll over, trying to figure out what is the sensation I'm having. And as I roll over, the hand shifts across the back of my head. And when I rolled over, I'll never forget this. When I rolled over, the hand goes across the backside of my head, and the woman's face is 14 inches from my face. And she's bent over with her hand behind my head like she's cradling my head, and we're just staring at each other. To this day, I freaked, obviously, because you don't know how your body's going to react. My body just went into instant shock. I jumped out like a scared cat out of bed, woke Connie up. Of course, the woman disappeared, but from what I remember was her hair was actually hanging down. It was dark brown hair, and her hair was actually touching my other arm, because when I rolled over, her hair was like drooping, so her hair was touching my arm. And she had a black, white, looked like a nightgown. And her face was this close, so we're looking at each other, and she was pale, but she was attractive. She was like a woman without makeup on, but she was attractive. And she was just looking at me. And, you know, you lock in that gaze, and to me, it was like a real person in the room, and you just don't know how you're going to react to that kind of stuff. And you think that you're going to be able to handle that stuff, but you don't. And the way I came out of that bed, I scared the crap out of Connie. Her first thought was like, you saw something, because I couldn't even speak. I was just like in shock, and I'm just like, I mean, it's been like over 8 years, you know, and I still remember this like it was tomorrow. And other people have woken up in their rooms to see other people in their rooms. What's crazy is all these people look different. And I've never really seen that woman again since, but I've been told by numerous psychics, including Patty Negri, that I'm being followed by her.
Do you feel that cold?
Yeah.
Did you just feel that? Did you feel that over there?
I didn't.
No.
I just felt like something kind of like right here. I don't know.
Yeah. And that's the other crazy thing that happens in here is there's no air conditioning back here at all.
Oh, we can tell.
And yeah, we're sweating like crazy. But when the cold spots come in, we know it.
That was weird.
Yeah, because it drops all of a sudden. So.
Well, shit. You got any other questions?
I don't think so.
No, I think we're good.
Any advice for us on our third go around?
Maybe see what you can pull out from last time. Look for more answers on the growl. I don't know, your thoughts on the doll last time.
That was freaky as hell.
You know, can't say what the story is on that doll. We don't know totally. You're gonna find out about the doll. She's crazy.
Hey, if you see any weird satanic chicks, please call us and warn us before they get upstairs.
I have weird stories. I mean, you just don't, you know, in a normal paranormal event, you don't expect that to happen.
No.
You know, like
I've
that.
never seen something like that.
And I realized I described it, but you had to be here. If you would have seen how I like ducked away.
I wish you had cameras set up.
I was scared. I was nervous. I was kind of like, what the hell am I looking at? And I don't want any part to do with this, you know. Is she gonna kill me in my sleep tonight? You know?
That would be my first thought for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, what do you do with somebody like that?
Well, she knows where you live. Right here.
Yeah, she'll probably be watching this too.
Say you should apologize.
You know, I'm gonna go out here one night. I'll be in here all by myself. I'm gonna go out out to the front room. And she's going to be standing out in the street, like in the middle of the street, just looking at me. And I'm going to sell this place so fast.
Dude, that's trippy. Right next to the doll, too. We film with this thing every single video on our Europe trip, and I've never seen it do that. That's really strange. This is right next to the Jolita. Yo, that's bizarre, actually.
And they believe that there's a inhuman spirit in that doll?
Yeah.
Which is negative?
Let's, should we take the rosary off of it?
Yes.
That's what really set it off for us last time.
The new one wasn't the greatest.
No.
Alright, Jolita. Whoever or whatever is in here, you're free to come speak with us tonight. Should I take this one off? Does this come off?
I think that was the one that's hard to get around.
Oh, yeah, that was one that wouldn't come off.
Just wedge her back up in there.
Shove her in there. That'll piss her off.
Yeah, sorry.
How do you feel?
Spiking.
Yeah, it is spiking. How do you feel now that that rosary's taken off you?
We want to introduce ourselves. Me and Colin have been here before, so you might remember us. My name's Connor.
My name's Colin.
My name's Dawson.
We'd like to speak to whoever's here tonight. Whatever you have to say. If you want to scare us, touch us, make yourself known, be my guest. Is there anyone here with us right now?
You could start out by maybe touching one of the devices that we have around. Got a couple REM pods. There's if you touch that hand on that little teddy bear, it'll beep and make noise, letting us know that you're here. Out in the hallway, there's a few devices, music boxes, EMF rope.
Dude, some of these dolls are f***ing creepy.
All of these dolls.
Like that one.
That one is f***ed
I
up.
don't like that. I don't like that one
I don't
either.
like this one.
That one with the dress.
This one missing an eye. I really don't like this baby one right here.
Ew.
That thing looks too real.
I don't like how they set that one up to look like it's like
Enjoy.
trying to escape. It's just watching us.
Could you make a noise if you're here? Please? I know you remember Connor and I.
Who whispered in the hallway when we were getting the history?
Is that Jackie Kennedy?
Is that what?
It kind of does look like Jackie Kennedy. Maybe... Is there somebody up here?
Oh, it's dark and scary out here.
I don't think your music box is working.
I don't think so either.
Of course, we're the only ghost hunters who would show up with half a bag of equipment that doesn't work randomly.
Yeah, that's usually why we carry a lot.
When I was just at Hill House Manor, we accidentally had the temperature function on and it got colder when it shouldn't have. So we began to ask questions and it would make it go off. I tested inside my hotel room to see if it just is broken, like it doesn't work that well. And I had it on for about 3 hours and it never once went off. So I just figured we can turn it on. And if there's anything in here that wants to touch that and make it colder or warmer, feel free to do that.
Hello? Is there somebody here?
Why do I have to be halfway into this room?
I can switch you.
He's got the scarier seat, man.
You do.
Yeah, I can't see nothing back there. And there's little lights, so like if they flicker or something, like, yeah.
We took the rosary off of the doll, and last time the spirit said, "You were death." Is that spirit here?
There's this doll that I can see right through this little slit in the curtains, and it's freaky as shit.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of staring right at us. Bro, that thing's f***ed up.
I hate dolls.
Holy
so
shit,
much.
it's looking right at me.
Is there anybody here with us right now?
Do either of you guys know how to whistle?
Hello?
It was a car, but it sounded like a whistle.
Oh, like a little screech. Can you not whistle?
I can't whistle, but I've been having this whistle follow me around.
Oh, great.
It went probably 4 or 5 different places. I've been getting this whistle.
What's it sound like?
Everybody always tries to get me to do that. It's like, you know.
That is a certain whistle.
That's what I do when I look at Connor.
Don't be intimidated or shy. We're good people. We're just trying to have a conversation, get to know your story, have a good time, that's all.
You said there was like a ritual or something you wanted to do?
Yes.
What does this ritual do?
The ritual it's essentially like a seance on steroids. You use these specific crystals in this specific order in a mirror and a black candle. And while you're doing it, every time you place down the crystal, you put your intention into it, then you put it down, you grab the next one, put your intention into it. And the whole idea is that you can manifest whoever it is you're trying to speak to or whatever.
It feels dead up here. It does. It's weird.
It's like it went away though, because it was for sure up here. And then we came up and it's like, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Like it wants us to chase it down.
Because last time we were here, we started the night
Downstairs
with a
for like an
seance.
hour.
And moved up.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe want to go down, do the seance, see what happens, and see where it leads us.
I think it's worth a shot because I'm really not feeling like anything.
I don't
up here
feel shit.
now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm down.
we can do a little.
What time were we up here last time? It was like 3 a.m., I think.
It was what?
I'm not even trying to freak you out. I don't know what it was, but I totally thought I saw something walk behind you. Not like a full person, just almost like a smoke.
Oh God.
I'm not kidding.
Are you behind me right now? Am I blocking the doorway? That's why you're walking behind me?
Yeah, it freaked me out at first.
You could have sworn I was hearing like a whistle sound again.
That right there. Did you hear
That sounded like a whistle.
Right here.
That was my camera doing an interval in that
Oh.
room. Yeah.
You wanna go downstairs?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go downstairs. Is there anybody up here that can do something for us? Move something, knock on something, just show us that you're here at all?
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go head downstairs. You're more than welcome to come with us.
Alright, okay.
Sure.
So what I'm about to do is perform a seance ritual that a witch sent me. Every crystal has their own meaning.
Imagination.
That is how it works, is with manifestation and your imagination. What I'm supposed to do is use my finger, dip it in water, and draw a pentagram on this mirror. Next, I light the candle, drip it, stick it.
Gracias.
Let's say gracias.
The Imagination Council UK classes.
So this crystal is labradorite. It's for magic, spirituality, transformation, protection, and intuition. Every crystal has their own specific space on the pentagram. The next is obsidian. It's supposed to be keeping negative energies away. Clear quartz is for manifestation, channeling, all of that. Amethyst, protection. And finally, selenite. And we place it at the end. And what we do is we imagine who it is we want to contact. So once I set this down, it's supposed to be complete. If this worked, and we are communicating with somebody, and you came through, could you please show us a sign, whether it be one of the devices, a knock, your voice?
Where's the thing that was growling at us and saying really creepy, dark shit last time we were here? We're inviting you to come in and speak with us.
CIA.
They're onto us.
That actually does make sense for you guys.
Shit, it's not what I want to hear.
Yeah, Courtney had a call with the FBI today.
Oh, that's true. Might have caught a serial killer today, but that's a different story.
Austin?
No.
No, some guy who DM'd our podcast admitting to multiple murders. We had to call in a tip to local police and FBI.
And there's like,
What?
what he said, there was actual like substantial...
We don't know.
They said that they had been on the phone with the FBI like all day trying to get information together about the guy, and they're like doing a deep dig on him now.
Deep dig. That's interesting. Usually it's dive. I don't know if
Sometimes
I've
it's
ever heard
digger
do a
deeping.
deep dig. All right, we set up this ritual for whoever's here, but it doesn't feel like anybody's here. My name's Colin once again. Can you come in here, please? Follow our voices and just give us some sort of a sign or acknowledgement that you're in this room. Joe? Joe, are you here?
Why don't you come blow this candle out?
Sir.
Door. Joe, are you standing in the door? You can come in. If there's somebody there, you don't need to be afraid of us.
Now, last time we were here, there was something or someone that was trying to scare us all night. Something evil. Where'd you go?
Will.
Well?
Will.
God, this is really f***ing random tonight, too. It's like nothing is making sense.
We're ready to hear your story, however you want to tell it. You're free to come in here with zero judgment. I just want to talk.
I don't know why my head feels just like it weighs 100 pounds right now.
Yeah, I feel like shit. Like my throat is swollen.
Where is everybody?
Is there any children that run around here? Maybe you want to play with some of our devices. They light up, make music, things like that. It's like a little toy.
Can you whistle back to me?
It just feels dead.
Well, last time it was like non-stop.
She did say that lately what they've been doing is sitting somewhere for a half hour and waiting for it. And she was like, she expressed patience multiple times, which means lately maybe something's been just plain hard to get. And it's been a while, right? Since you guys have been here.
8
About a
months.
year.
I'm gonna blow out this candle and close out the seance ritual that we just did. If you want to show yourself before I do that, now would be the time. 3, 2, 1. Are these prank candles?
That's not good.
That's a bad sign.
It is?
No,
Hopefully there's not a smoke alarm in here.
there's not.
No,
Trust me.
All right. After doing that, can you come speak with us? We're just going to sit here quietly for a second and listen. I don't think I've ever heard a place this quiet. I mean, it's f***ing crazy, actually. Like, no outside noise at all, either. Like, it's like dead silent. It's tripping. It's
Not
tripping
even
me
like
out a little bit.
creaking noises or anything.
Zero. It's just dead.
I don't think buildings settle as much as people think they do.
No.
Because I've been in countless places where it is just so quiet that if a mouse ran out into a hallway and farted, you'd hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can.
And then some of the places we go, the walls are falling in on us. You couldn't hear someone shoot a gun inside.
Do you want us to come to a different room? You could touch this little red light in the center if you do. Or just make a knocking noise.
Do you guys maybe want to... Now, this is going to be scary for me. Even though nothing has happened, maybe we'll just see if maybe I go upstairs by myself. We'll set a timer for 15 minutes and you guys down here and see if maybe they want us to separate. Maybe they like you guys because you guys have been here a couple times. Maybe they're unsure about me. They're like, who's this new guy they brought maybe? And we could split up 15 minutes, meet back up.
Yeah, sure, man.
But I will say, if something pretty scary happens, I might come down a little early. I'm just saying.
No. We're going to
15
block the
minutes.
f***ing entrance, pal.
All right, you're right. I will
You
sit
guys
through
would
the...
come down the stairs and we have a gun pointing down. Get the f*** back down there. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm down.
Go on up,
This one, we
buddy.
gotta try anything.
It's really strange, actually. It's like a completely different vibe than last time.
I just started the timer, 15 minutes. I'm going to go upstairs.
Best of luck, buddy.
Good luck, pal.
What room are you gonna go to?
I'm going to let my fear lead me.
Beautiful.
Whatever room I don't want to go into, that is where I'm going to go into.
He's not gonna come down. We're gonna go upstairs. He's gonna be in that mirror.
All right. Well, folks, I don't know if we really investigated this area too much the last time we were here, but we're on the first floor of the Olde Park Hotel. Over there is the workshop area where there's a spirit of a man. I forget his name.
Feels different.
It feels very different.
Maybe we brought some shit here last
That was
time.
mad scary, dude.
Like, I would have slept here tonight.
Me too. This goes to show, though, the legitimacy of paranormal stuff, because this is a completely, vastly different experience. And this reminds me more of the first time when I came here, and it was really quiet, than the last time I came with Connor. It was like this. But this is like the first time. It was like there's no physical anything the first time.
Strange how paranormal works like that. I mean, we don't necessarily know exactly how paranormal works, but all I do know is last time it was f***ing creepy.
Mm-hmm.
No, we didn't even want to go to the bathroom by ourselves.
Is there somebody down here? I know that there's somebody down here, I should say. Can you let us know where you are?
Sounds like a wooden board or something moving. Do remember this part of the building is all concrete.
Yeah.
So we're not hearing anything
Can't
from
hear anything
upstairs.
from him. Is there somebody down in the workshop?
If you don't remember us, my name's Connor.
Yeah, buddy, I'm Colin.
Yeah, buddy.
If you're down in the workshop, I'm starting to not believe that you're here.
Don't piss it off.
What was that? That wasn't him.
Who's down here with us right now? I guess that might be a little hard to answer with no devices on. Can you make a knocking noise wherever you are? Last time it seemed like you didn't want us here. Now it seems like you're perfectly fine with it.
I'm starting to get a weird vibe from down here. I think whoever's in here's usually there's an aggressive man. But you're acting a little wimpy. We're not scared of you. Can you show us how big and scary your ass is?
I'm not feeling so macho anymore. There's someone down in the workshop? Woman moaning over here.
Bro, I'm starting to get that freaky feeling again.
Alright, we're gonna come move some of your shit around.
Move some.
What do you think about that? If you want us to stop, you're gonna have to scare me off.
Let's go back and sit. How'd you like that, pal?
Where's all the spirits? Did they attack you?
Hey, did you guys just whistle?
Yeah.
Okay. Scared the shit out of me.
Anything interesting?
Dead.
Dead as shit for us too, man.
You guys?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I was up there saying, you know, maybe I'm the new guy, right? Like, you guys have been here a few times, and I potentially thought I did hear a pretty decent bang from down the hall, kind of where those big mirrors were. And, you know, we'll have to line it up, but I said, you know, they're downstairs. I have no idea whether it was you guys or not.
We heard something too down there,
Really?
but
It was, like, kind of decent. It was like, dum dum, something like that, kind of.
Ours was choir. But I don't know if you would have been able to hear what we were doing because this is concrete.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I didn't
It's just f***ing crazy, man. Not a single hit on a single device. It's like, not only am I not feeling shit, but it's like the devices aren't showing anything. It's like really strange, actually.
I'm not usually one that's interested in taunting and things like that. I don't think that gets you very far. You may temporarily get one thing, you know, you piss somebody off, and then they're gone, so I don't like to do that. But I did go up and kind of taunt that doll a little.
I mean, that goes to show, I mean, that's how paranormal is sometimes. I mean,
Yeah,
you never know.
Sometimes it's not.
I mean, because the first time Colin came here, it wasn't super active for him. Second time when we came, I mean, it was so scary that we didn't want to sleep here.
Yeah, the first time was a lot like this, where it was nothing physical per se. It was just like really quiet and more devices. And then this last time, it was like all physical. It's just weirdly still, man. It just feels like, sometimes I feel like when you're ghost hunting, it can either be like you feel the energy, or it's just like you're sitting in like a shell of like a structure. That's what it feels like right now. Like we're just in like an old structure.
The scary part is like, usually when it's super quiet, something major just like happens. Like, we could turn the cameras off right now, and that would be when it would happen.
That's how it always goes.
Yeah, it'd be like we walking out the door and like the whole building collapses and shit like that.
Oh my god, that'd be f***ed up. I really do feel like every time I walk somewhere, I'm like, oh, like, I kind of feel like it's down there, and then I go and it literally feels like it leaves.
But that's a crazy, because that's kind of what was happening to us last time, but it was so much more intense. So we would hear something in a room, we'd go over there, we'd be in the room, and not much stuff was happening like right in front of us. It was always outside of the rooms that we would go into. So we'd go into a room and then something would happen in the room across the hallway, or something would happen like further down the hall in the hallway.
And just make you chase your tail sort of thing.
Yeah, like we film episodes sometimes and nothing happens and we'll just like not release it, you know?
I used to do that too.
Like this, because we film so much that it's like, it's just weird, you know?
Yeah.
Like how you come across situations like this, like people might not see it because they see like the greatest hits of ghost hunting. When you have a channel like us where we film 14 videos in a month, but it's like occasionally you just get dead night.
Well, it's not to say that this place isn't haunted either. I mean, just some nights, I mean, who knows? We could have come on a night where things in the universe line up in a certain way where energy's more active. You never know.
Plus, I genuinely feel like shit, and I don't know if that has to do with...
I think it does. I find that, like, so you guys travel a lot more than me, obviously, but I find that when I go somewhere, I typically like to sleep for the night and then investigate so that I'm not completely tired. You guys drove like a long time, came here, we were hungry, we ate, you know, we came straight to it, started investigating. I mean, the energy wasn't really there.
Yeah, I felt so shitty last night that I took like an hour-long bath, which is weird. I don't do that very often.
Oh, don't lie, you take hour-long baths every night.
I do.
Alright, let's go do something else. This is going nowhere.
Is going to go under in the Estus method, but we're going to do my experiment again. What we're going to do is he is going to use his intuition while he's under and let his intuition lead the planchette and draw whatever his intuition tells him. And we're going to see if maybe he can tap into something, and if maybe The night has been pretty dead, so we're hoping the Estus method may spark that as well.
I've done automatic writing, and it was very freaky, except I think it was during an Estus, either that or I was just blindfolded, and I was actually writing into a journal, just free-flowing, and it was really, really bizarre, the kind of stuff that I wrote out that ended up matching results that were, I don't know what you'd call that were happening, yeah, that I couldn't hear in a different part of the building. And we've done the drawing stuff before, just like closing your eyes and drawing, what you can see. I feel like you can tap into energies that way as well.
In my personal opinion, I think that your thoughts and things like dreams have some sort of connection with the spirit realm, whatever it is.
Of course.
So that's part of why I like to do this, as well as you're sensory deprived, so there's absolutely nothing that can influence what you're doing. And we'll see. Last time it was just a bunch of scribbles, but you keep trying until you get what you want.
Well, you got the Ankh here, and I got the Ankh here and here, that's my symbol. So maybe that's a good sign, man.
Oh yeah.
Is there anybody in here? Alright. I see. Kill.
Is there something in this building that's stopping other spirits from talking with us?
Oranges, or me.
Who was growling at Colin last time he was here?
Under the ground.
Isn't there a story that they think there might be bodies here? Or is that a different
Can't remember.
place? Okay. I've been to some places. Mm-hmm. Where are they?
Buddy. Run.
That body kind of gave me chills. Do you know where they are?
Yes.
Where are they?
Are you allowed to tell us where they are?
Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy?
Hey. Ooh, it's kind of weird, actually. I am feeling like somebody's standing back here. Yes.
Is there somebody standing behind Colin? Did you say his name?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say Colin?
No.
What happened to the evil thing that was here last time?
Hey, buddy.
Are you still here? Why have you been so quiet tonight?
I heard run again.
None of us are scared. If you want us to run, we're gonna have to do something.
I think the
You
pencils
gotta.
are drawn on this.
How long have you been here?
A weird static. Don't.
Do you know?
Case for murder.
Do you know who I am? Do you remember these two guys?
Mm-hmm. Ouch. That's a woman.
Is there a reason why you've been so quiet today?
There's a lot of voices, but it's very hard to hear what they're saying.
Could you maybe speak a little clearer?
Rotted.
Are you not happy that we're
Shut
here
up.
tonight?
Who do you want to shut up?
Why? No.
What's gonna happen if we don't shut up?
Your name?
My name's Connor.
I feel it.
My name's Dawson. If there are bodies here, could you tell us where they are?
Need to hide.
Someone hide the bodies?
The shadow? God.
Who's the shadow god?
How many people are here?
Weathering. Not here.
They're not here.
Rain. Bye.
Do you want us to leave?
Crazy. Sniffer.
Is the other side waxy too?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know. Sorry.
Oh,
So sorry. We're gonna flip this over real quick.
It's on this waxy side.
I tried to be as gentle as possible. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but some of it actually did seem really interesting.
No, there's voices, but a lot of them are. It's very weird because they're very
Behind it?
Yeah, it's not as clear as even the last time we were here.
I can hear it. It sounds like clear sounds, but not clear words.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I have a lot.
Philip, in the room, clean up,
Is Philip someone who died here?
fighting words.
Could you give Colin poke.
Ew, are you guys getting a smell? I'm smelling like a peppermint. I don't know what the fuck that was. That was really weird.
Cologne?
Again, run or rotten. It's either run or rotten that I keep hearing.
The peppermint smell.
The path ahead.
Here to cover up the smell of bodies.
Ooh, I also get a bit of a chill on my back.
Are you messing with Colin right now?
All clear?
Can you give him a little touch?
Browning green?
What is your time cycle?
Heard that, boy. I feel like it just wants me. Give up. I feel like it wants me to do this. I don't know why.
What are you trying to tell Colin?
Ooh. Did you guys just move?
No.
I felt like a tremor.
Nope.
Well, that's freaky. Alright.
What's your name?
Nah. The baby? It died.
Was there abortions that happened here when it was a brothel?
Yep. Tell them all.
Was it your baby?
You men.
You men?
This.
There's men like us.
Manners. Susan.
Funny enough, it's kind of drawing it all sideways. Right
Oh my
now.
god, it is. It really is.
Hmm.
Can you call out what he's drawing? The name for it?
Duh. No, or Penelope. She's dead, or no. Dune.
Can you tell us what floor the abortions were happening on?
No.
Is it a secret? That was a man. That was a man voice. That kind of makes sense.
Oops, shit.
Is it a secret?
All done.
Attention.
We're coming.
Here.
Do you not like us talking about this subject?
Rumors.
There's rumors of bodies.
How many people died here? Can you tell us?
Your nose.
You don't want us to know how many babies died here or how many people died here?
Man, do you really dare me to?
Yeah.
I heard that. I really did. I dare you to tell us. You can't get in trouble anymore. I don't know if you know this, but you are dead. So anything you tell us, nothing can happen to you.
Yeah, there's so many words, but it's like I cannot make out what's being said for some of these. I just feel like it wants me to do this. Look there. Upstairs. In the dark room.
What's the dark room? Is that one of the rooms we went into earlier?
The voice. Oh, that was creepy. It was a very slight, like, listen, kind of like, I don't know if you guys caught that. The voice. Listen.
What side of the hallway is the dark room?
Heart attack, maybe.
Right or left?
You are something in there. The planet.
Is there something new here in this house that wasn't here last time?
Get your bricks stolen. Constables.
I'm thinking get your bricks stolen. I mean, maybe they're talking about gold bricks.
That
Family.
I mean, they had bank robbers and shit that were coming here.
bricks could mean a lot of things as well. I mean, potentially drugs.
Like me. It's not fair.
Were things stolen from you?
The babies. Y'all are good.
Babies were stolen?
Oh,
Well, I'm here.
Is there anything else
Rumors
you'd like
again.
to tell us?
I feel like we're low-key onto something.
Honestly. I mean, that shit was happening at brothels.
Before we leave, I want to ask Dan if he's heard anything about potential, like,
Truth gets out.
the truth gets out.
Right, I'm right here again. First was a man, that was like a younger. You're leaving. It's a bunch of different voices from different, like a child, a man, and a woman.
Do you not like us trying to
Up
figure
and
this
down.
out?
Tell me again.
Is there anything else you can
On the
tell us?
automatic writing sign, I felt the need to spell cursive Abby. I didn't hear it, but I feel like I need to write it. So that's what I'm doing.
I feel like
I don't know if I'm
Abby
doing it
is one
correctly.
of the girls that used to live here.
I see.
Did Abby have
How are you? Whores.
whores? Did Abby have a child that was taken or passed away here?
Baby.
Alright, that's fine. Abby, I'm so sorry. Is Abby here to talk to us?
Abby, man, I'm getting Abby.
Is Abby here to talk to us? Are you telling us
I don't know what that
Abby's
is.
story? Can you come in this room?
Demon? Ooh, that was creepy. Seemed like a very bright-eyed, happy girl.
Abby, maybe?
Like a younger girl. The window
Was Abby a
open.
woman worker?
Like this girl I'm seeing in like a, it may sound weird, but like a frozen Princess Elsa type of happy like caricature of a girl.
Is that Abby?
Yeah.
I heard
It
that.
was a woman's voice too. Abby, we're sorry that happened to you. Are you in this room with us right now?
You ever heard of him? No.
We don't have much time here. Is there anything else that you can tell us about Abby?
Skin. I'm seeing. Oh, that was me, a girl or a woman.
This is
You
Abby
really should
that
leave.
we were talking to.
I'm seeing the word skin written out on my. That's the thing.
It says
Dave. Skin. I don't know why I feel the need. Abby and skin writing out in cursive.
Could you give us another hint so that possibly we could find Abby? Could you give us a year?
Basement.
Is there a basement here? No.
Up.
How old was Abby?
Yep.
Were you the one?
Now I'm seeing like a. I'm just gonna try to draw this. I'm probably gonna be shit, but seeing like a. I don't know if you know the old Disney cartoon, The Night on Bald Mountain, Nicole, but it's like a winged thing with its arms outstretched.
Dude, what a.
It looks very mad.
bad.
Kind of like it's going
Well, what's this? What's this? that you're-
sexy. I feel like I need to write the word sexy out, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Who's sexy? Is Abby or Nicole one of the ladies of
Hey, boy, I'm close. I'm the whore's mill or something. Every room.
It's not perfect, but I feel like we are.
Bro, I forgot there's a brothel in here. Yo, that's f***ing crazy. What the f***? I'm writing out the word sexy? I forgot about that. That's crazy.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us? Maybe we can
I'm
help
seeing also like almost like a raven mask.
you. Dude, right behind him.
The
What the
window
fuck?
or something.
There's one there, there's a mask on the wall there. Right behind us, there's a multiple. Right here,
Rock and rollin'.
That's kind of freaky.
that is freaky. So you're in this room with us.
Now a swirly lollipop. Brother.
Is there a lollipop in here? I mean, that's not a lollipop.
Howling. I just saw, dude. You can stop me, but I just saw this weird, like kind of. I don't know if I'm drawing that at all, but a face like this. Baltimore and a carrot.
Is Abby still
Pick
here?
it up, little ones. Thank you for asking.
I heard that. How old are you?
You know me. Knife.
That
Like
shit happens
this.
all the time. Alright, well,
Go and kill.
we're gonna be leaving soon.
Nah.
Is there any
Not quite.
one last thing you can show us?
If we go upstairs and get the recorder, will you
Don't
talk
doubt
into it?
me.
Don't doubt you.
Go camping.
Well, let's see the staying.
I ain't staying here by myself.
Okay. Matt.
We should probably pull him out. He's been there for 20 minutes.
He has, yeah.
Boys. Is that for me?
Yeah.
Yo, dude.
Holy f.
We should probably give him a second, right?
Oh my god. What
Dude.
the f?
You drew that so good. You f***ed it up. But when it was first drawn, dude, that shit was really good. Like, me and him were both pretty impressed at your
What was
drawing.
crazy though, at first you drew out an arm.
Yeah, you
Wait, no.
you did.
No way.
You totally
Actually?
did.
When you were doing like the actual like planchette
Oh,
one,
dude, that's freaky
you were-
actually.
It started, you were doing
And a figure eight.
a figure eight.
Yeah, I thought it was like an infinity symbol.
Well,
Like
yeah.
Yeah,
Or
but-
yeah,
And
figure
then you
eight.
started going this way, and you literally create, and then you like covered.
Oh, that's interesting,
it
actually.
It looked like it for sure. So it was pretty interesting, dude.
Anything?
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about Abby. And then it was talking about babies, dead bodies. We started asking, were there abortions happening here? Because I mean, it was a brothel. Things like that happen pretty frequently. And then it was like,
answering pretty consistently. Have you You may know the history a little better than us. Have you heard of any sort of rumors about that? Because you kept saying rumors every time we're like,
No.
is there abortions? And you're like, rumors.
Do you remember that? You saw the
can't
same
remember.
history of me last
I
time.
know.
I want to ask him
You
before
should
we
ask
leave.
him.
But I mean, with a lot of these brothels back in the day, they were doing abortions.
I can guarantee you that if it was a brothel, at least one probably happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't the most perfect Estus, but there was times where I was like, maybe it is random, and then you would just bring us right back to what we were talking about.
It seemed like
think-
there was three different. There's a woman, a child, and a man.
Older man, like
Mhm.
middle-aged man.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was seeing like, bro, that's so trippy because I thought I was using this entire thing, but clearly I was just fucking using this.
I had asked it to touch you, and
Also, you said Raven Mask, and look at that up
yeah,
there.
all over the walls, dude. Look, literally. the
Oh
little mask
shit, yo, that's crazy actually.
Right here.
What the f? Look
Yeah.
at it, yo,
Yeah, I know.
it's the actual one. You see, I drew it right here. This
Yeah,
shape.
we had the same reaction.
That's crazy.
It was pretty interesting. It really was.
And we had been talking about the brothel shit for like 10 minutes, and then you were like, I just figured this was a brothel!
Yeah, because I was writing out sexy, and I was like, why am I writing sexy? Like, I don't want to seem weird.
I literally, like, whenever you said, I forgot this was a brothel, I looked at him and I was like, we're way ahead of you. Dude. Like, yeah, it was actually a pretty interesting Estus. Now,
This is what I was trying to draw out that I kind of saw.
Bat.
It was like a bat thing going like this. I don't know if you can
look
overlay.
behind you, it looks exactly like that.
Oh shit, yo, that's
Look
even.
at the hand.
That is f***ing weird, actually.
And look, he's got the things on his arms that if he spread it out, it would kind of look.
Oh, that is weird, actually.
It's a little weird. I did see a lollipop somewhere earlier, and you said you saw one, but
Yeah,
it's
right
not
here.
in here. I can't find, one in here, but it was cool. It really was. I think that was a good experiment. I asked if we went and got like the DR60, if they would talk to us, and I was wondering if you guys are down for one last thing. I want to experience that in
Yeah.
real life.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's make it happen.
That was really interesting, man.
Yeah, that was cool. Everybody yelled at me last time because I didn't take a picture of it, so I got to do that before. So like, you didn't even show us the result. I'm like, it was squiggly lines. It'll be my first time experiencing the DR60 in real life, and I want to hear what they're hearing, because what you guys hear is through a microphone, through an editing software, and it's going to be different than in real life. So I'm very intrigued to see if we capture anything using the DR60.
Alright, you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just try to leave 30 seconds between each.
Okay, let me take a seat so that I'm not.
Who was I just speaking with? Can you say your name?
Did any person up here undergo an abortion procedure?
Can you tell me who Amy is? Did she live here?
Did you mean Abigail?
I think he meant Abby.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't gonna correct him.
Amy, bro.
Yeah, me too. I was like, is there Amy like written on that mirror or something?
Alright, Abigail? Is that you?
Who was the man that was telling us to stop talking while we were downstairs doing the Estus method?
Is there something new in this building that's making the other spirits not want to talk to us?
Why has it been so quiet this evening?
Do we want to ask more, or are we gonna...
I'm good. You want to listen?
It's smaller than I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that just speaking with? Can you say your name?
Abigail.
Whoa. Bro, that was so f***ing many.
Undergo an abortion procedure?
Yes, they did.
I didn't like that.
Bro, what the Yo, we haven't gotten noises like this in months.
Alright, Abigail? Is that you?
I swear to God, Abigail.
That was telling us to stop talking while we were downstairs doing the Estus method. Is there something new in this building that's making the other spirits not want to talk to us?
Did I say
Why has it
interesting?
been
That was
so
like the
quiet?
first thing that I thought was like super clear.
You good? You wanna listen?
Freaky, bro.
That was weird. You know, I'm glad you set it down because there was no interference by your hands
No.
or anything like that. That was pretty cool.
I mean, and you'll also be able to hear it in the audio of the microphones. There's no ambient noise that's going on in here.
It's actually ridiculously dead silent. I don't like. There's no.
And you are more of a debunker than we are. And now you can say that because that's exactly how we record every session that we do, and we never get those growls.
No.
At most we'll get maybe one, but it's not a guaranteed thing on every session. I honestly can say we had one session like that out of all 15 or 13 videos we filmed in Europe. One.
Like sometimes it just sounds like a mumbling noise.
And that's the stuff that's like could
And-
be a something, couldn't be a something, but that's weird.
And it's louder than what we're speaking, which is strange.
That was interesting to me. I don't really know what to think. I did totally like the one time where I was like, okay, that was like a word. It sounded like it said interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It really did, and you know I'll have to review and see if
I'd say go back and listen to it slowly because that's what I do, and then I'll catch stuff and be like, oh, it sounded like this or that sounded like that.
How come in videos it always seems slower? Is that in editing or because first I feel like I see people like when they play it back and the questions are like how many like
You can slow it down.
okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, that was interesting. I needed to see that in real life. I don't like to take anybody's word for anything, good or bad. I need to see stuff myself. I was waiting to hear because you had moved at one point and I think hit that light, and I was waiting to hear it, and I don't think I did.
But you can say right here that none of us were making noises. No matter what your thoughts are on the DR60, we weren't making noises that were those growls.
Yeah, people say that we add in.
Like we'll sit,
It wasn't-
we'll sit here and go. "Rrrr."
It wasn't the classic growl that I've heard before. That's what I was waiting for, and it never happened. And everybody's always like, that happens every time, and everybody's like, listen to all those growls. And it does get, to the point where you're like, that does happen a lot, and it didn't happen. I'm not gonna sit here and kill your dreams or anything. I just, there's things about it that are weird, but at the end of the day, it's a voice recorder. And if you're gonna capture EVPs on a voice recorder, any voice recorder will do.
Yeah.
It's just, those were weird.
I'll tell you honestly, it may seem like people get growls all the time. We can barely ever get growls. Just watch our videos. Like, we never get growls really. It's usually like, or like a, sometimes we just had a video. I think it was the one we just posted where it was like a very clear, where you can hear like syllables and it's not just like static crunching.
Right, pareidolia.
Because, I mean, we're listening to these noises, and, I mean, that's another thing about it. You're going kind of off of the interpretation of what you can hear through those sounds. So, I mean, one person can listen to something, get something completely different. Another person could listen to it, get something else. Sometimes you get stuff on the recorder, though, that it's like everybody hears the same thing.
One thing I'm glad is I haven't given up on it, you know? There's a lot of things that I thought before we played it, and afterwards, it didn't really answer anything that I was looking for. I didn't hear the classics that, you think you hear all the time. I didn't hear the stuff that people say on how to people make it go off. It sat there on the bed.
Nobody touched it.
It's interesting.
That's how I feel with all the equipment that we use.
It's at the end of the day, I always say it's fucking Ghost. It's all a bit silly.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, no one knows the exact science with all the devices that we use. Like, this is a foolproof way to catch a ghost.
Right.
We don't know. It's all, what we do is an experiment.
Well, also, none of us, at least from our end, sit here and say, this is 100% real paranormal proof of right. There's a ghost right here talking. Every single thing that we do, even from a noise, if you look at our videos, just for us, I always put unexplainable because I go through and I think this could have been this, or in the moment we'll debunk something and I'll just cut it out of the video. It's like, oh, that was clearly you making a noise. But from this to an EMF spike, it's like everything could technically be explained away if you want to go with that mentality, It could be, the noise was definitely...
Skeptics take as many liberties as believers, in my opinion. I don't think a skeptic is better because they find rational explanations. I think all of it, to a certain extent, is excuses. Because we don't know. Let's say there's a noise and you think it might be the house settling. You can't prove it's the house settling. It's kind of all biased. You use the best of your abilities on what you can do and what you can't do. I still do believe in devices.
I personally think skeptics are great. I don't hate skeptics, and none of us do. But in my opinion, personally, to be a full-on skeptic, to say that nothing exists is the exact same as to be a ghost hunter who doesn't believe in skepticism at all. There's a middle ground there, which is that's where we like to think that we lie, but we're definitely more a bit on the believer side than the skeptical side. But
I'm more inclined to hear a noise and my heart tells me that was a ghost. And my brain is also hey, it might not be a ghost, but I'm with you there. Lately I think it's part of my issue. I want okay, it needs to be ridiculous.
But here, Thomas, what I will say though, man, now this is interesting. Now this is something that people talk about all the time when you are talking to people who are into the paranormal. It's they always say, oh, well, if you're going to go into something, you're closed-minded, stuff isn't going to happen. If you're more open-minded, stuff will happen. It is interesting because you are a bit more closed-minded, not in a bad way. I'm just saying you're more skeptical throughout the investigation, whereas we're more afterwards we'll cut stuff out. And that's kind of interesting when you consider we haven't had as much stuff. You know what I mean? And you're saying that you haven't had things happen for such a long time. I wonder if that is...
Ever since I got a video made on me calling me fake and I made a response all mad, things have went down a lot in the activity wise. I agree. I really do think that there's something to being more open to it, versus being more closed. One of my friends, he is completely the most closed-minded person I know about it. I genuinely don't think he will ever have a paranormal experience. I don't. I think when you're too closed-minded, even if something interesting happens, you'll be more willing to write it off as, you'll take those liberties, Okay, well, somebody outside is messing with me versus like, you know, nobody's outside messing with you. It's 4 a.m. type of thing.
Everyone's entitled to believe what they want to. But I think this has been a very interesting night, man. It's made me look at things a bit differently. You probably look at things a little bit differently. But it's been fun. I'm glad that we came up and did this, man.
We should do it again sometime if you
Fuck yeah.
if you guys want to investigate again where nothing happens.
So, as you can see in that footage, there wasn't necessarily a lot happening there that evening. I don't know if that's the location itself, because the first time I was there wasn't much to happen. Then the second time, there was a lot to happen. And the third time, there was almost nothing. Or if it's the energy. I don't know if I got a lot of it on camera or not, but Dawson was, asking tons of questions, trying to debunk devices, saying he didn't believe in this and he doesn't want to use this, and he thinks this person told him that this isn't legit, so we're not going to use this. He didn't, necessarily really believe in Estus to a degree, or the DR60, hated the DR60, which I understand there are complaints about all those devices, but I just feel like that sort of kind of mentality going into it can put a damper on the activity that you experienced that night. If every time something's happening, you're finding a rational explanation, even if you don't know that that explanation is actually what happened, the activity levels, in my opinion, are going to drop down significantly. And you kind of just saw that because that was a very, very dead night. And I've released tons of videos in the past where nothing happens. There have been videos that I haven't released because literally nothing happened and it was incredibly boring. And I decided, people were going to hate this video. So we do experience nights like those a lot in the paranormal. But I do think that it all boils down to intention and energy when you're investigating, especially if you're trying to get these things to come speak with you. I feel you have to go in there saying, come speak to me. Like, I want to believe, kind of like the X-Files. Nothing bad against Dawson. I actually think that, I talked with him. Connor and I had some pretty long talks with him off camera. His channel's doing really well, and he seems to have opened up a lot more since that video. On my end, I know that I was feeling horrible in that video because literally the next day, Ballinger's like a 6.5, 7 hour drive from Houston. And the next day when I got home, I got like violently sick. It wasn't any sickness that had a name attached to it. It was just a really bad virus, but I was feeling it that night. I had the chills and like sweat. It had just come on when we arrived at the location. So yeah, I was absolutely dead and I was feeling terrible. Just think about that investigation, think how it turned out. And now let's move on to our second portion of the night where things honestly really got crazy. Now, the old Nevada State Prison is an infamous location. There were absolutely so many deaths at this facility, so many violent, brutal deaths. I mean, you had over 40 death row inmates that were actually executed there on the prison grounds, in the chamber where we would end up doing our Estus method that evening. The history of this place is horrific. If you want to see it, you can go rewatch the documentary that Connor and I did there with the 1.5 hour long historical tour where we're talking about cells that were haunted by murders, alien spirits, all sorts of different just disturbing slices of history and paranormal activity mixed into one. But we met up out there with the side-eye guy. He is a debunker. I've already kind of talked about it in this video. We have an interesting past, but he said that he wanted to have us come out and do an investigation with him. And you know what? I'm down. I'm always down to break bread. And we met up with him that evening and headed into the old Nevada State Prison where we got a brief historical tour. I'm just going to let our tour guide take it away.
Okay, so the Nevada State Prison started in around 1862. That's when it officially started housing inmates, and it grew from there to this, what you see here, this giant building. And so if you look around and you see the different sections of the prison, you can see where the prison grew. And usually in the areas where it grew, you'll find a stone that says the year when that was added on. And you see that all over the prison. Where we're at now is the culinary, fairly new building. You can see by the way it's built. And the culinary was a place where it was full action all day long. They were serving meals in here, and they had, at one point outside there, you saw the fences when we came in. They had to build that to segregate inmates because the inmates would fight. this is a great place to fight because you all get together. So you have your group, you can fight the other group. So they started segregating them by using the fencing. But some of that is why we have pretty good paranormal activity in here. It can be loud. It can be a lot. There's said to be portals in here. So it's a good spot for paranormal activity.
This is the area where me and Colin last time we were set up in this back corner over here, and we were hearing so many noises that we were too scared to leave this room by ourselves, so we had to call them to come get us and lead us to the next place we wanted to go.
I can't remember exactly like what was happening, but it was like freaky right there.
Right. We've had people sitting here and you heard like a whole bunch of people storming up, like lots of footsteps. We put a spoon in here. We put an old antique spoon. It was a really thick, very heavy spoon. We set it in there, and the two ladies that were in here were like 78 years old. Older, seasoned paranormal investigators. They left. We came in to pick up our gear, and that spoon was twisted and smashed into a bowl. What? And I asked the ladies, I'm like, how did you do that? And they were like, it was not like that when we were in here. So we don't know how it happened. That's freaky. It's crazy.
And I guess is there any history necessarily in this portion of the building that would make it more active?
Well, so outside there where the inmates eat, 2 inmates were killed out there during one of the fights that went on. The guards would engage inmates through the gun ports. So that could create some of the stuff. But I kind of like to look at it this way. Eating is something people like to do, and the inmates like to eat. So they would come in here. This was a good place to work, so the inmates would work in here. They want to work in the culinary, so they would come in here and they would work, and the inmates like to eat. So if you like something, maybe when you pass over, you might want to go back there and,
Like this would have been somewhere they would have actually looked forward to going.
Yeah.
This would have been like a highlight of their day kind of thing,
Exactly.
coming here. Yeah.
You get to socialize with your friends, you get to eat. The guys that work back here got to eat more food. They got a little bit of extra stuff. And so maybe when the spirits pass over, they come back here because it was a positive point in their life.
But there's also like a sighting of like an alien in here, right? Yeah, just like some other weird things that don't really make sense.
Yeah, we've had the alien, the gray, over in the hallway right over here. We had a situation where we were doing a paranormal training, and there were 3 ladies, using their K2s and all that. And I didn't even know that I caught this picture, but there's an African-American guy walking in the background who's, 9-10 feet tall. You can't see his lower half. You just see his upper body and his head and his hair. I didn't even know I had that picture until several days later when I was going through my pictures. And I saw it and I was like, holy crap.
She's over that class.
Yeah, that's common. And then, another thing is when we're all standing around talking, that's when you get a lot of interactions too in here.
That's what was happening to us when we were just talking. That's when stuff would happen.
Yep, they love to do that.
Can you pull out that picture real quick to show people?
Yeah.
Because that's a pretty crazy image, man.
It might take me a second to find it here.
Don't turn your light on.
Yes.
I got an even shot of it right here.
Hey, good idea.
Yeah, that's a really, really clear image.
Yeah, and is it explainable? I can't explain it. I know I was in here with those ladies and that was it. So I don't know why or what that is or how it came to be, but I have a picture of it.
Well, we are going to have you take us to more locations here, but I think we're good for now.
All right, sounds good. Let me know.
Any final words for us?
Walk around in the dark and see what happens. By yourselves.
Yeah, I was hoping for something creepy like, hopefully you make it out alive.
Hopefully you make it out alive.
There you go.
And you guys have
Less sincere, please.
you guys have my phone number, so if one of you dies, just call me and I'll come drag you out.
Hey, there you go.
All right, see you guys.
All right. Cool, man. Well, so once again, I just want to state here, I do not stand for slander, bullying, harassment, none of those things as it pertains to certain communities and videos that are created and posted about other creators, including myself and everyone who I'm friends with on YouTube. So I see things differently than a lot of people, and I just want to make that very, very clear, because there are a lot of things in the videos that people have made about me that they've gotten very incorrect, not only just conceptually, but actually with like data and footage that I have in my possession that I could release to make people look stupid. So I just know that there's a lot of wrongness that goes on, and I don't support that stuff. However, he was out here and we were doing this, so yeah, it turned into quite the night. Just honestly, just take a look at what you're about to see. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Paranormal Files. On tonight's episode, as you probably know by now, we are back at the Nevada State Prison. So I don't know if y'all remember the first time that we came here, but we had so many things happen, banging in the upstairs. Connor and I were so freaked in this area that we're in right now that we actually had to have the people who work here escort us to the next portion of the building, which I don't think we've ever done that in another location. It was just that freaky. But tonight we're doing something different, and we're honestly super excited to do it. We are bringing a debunker ghost hunting with us. I want to introduce
Side-eye guy?
Yes, so he's flown all the way here from his home country. We're so glad to have you here, man. And we've
Excited to be here.
We've honestly been having a really good night, just hanging out, talking about the paranormal. And yeah, it's just, how do you feel initially in here? I know that you're not big on the feel thing, but what's it seem like to you?
It's intimidating, isn't it? It's this is huge. Like, this is a huge, huge space. I know that's a pretty obvious thing to say because it's a prison, but I don't know, I'm English. Everything's a little bit smaller there. So just the sheer size of this place is pretty immense.
It is. This is, I think, one of the bigger places that we've investigated, just in how much territory there is, because you haven't even seen the upper part of the prison.
I've seen very little so far.
Yeah, there's so much ground here. But before we get into the investigation, I do want to state, I know a lot of people online are going to be saying, why are you working together when he's made videos about me and all of that? And I want everybody to know that we're actually friends, off camera. This isn't just for a video. And I appreciate what he's done and the things that he said, because it actually helped us grow and learn as paranormal investigators. So there can be a happy medium where we can be friends, and if something needs to be corrected, that can be pointed out and corrected, and people learn, people make mistakes. And yeah, I'm really glad that we actually have a genuine friendship here, and not just let's go film a video, you know?
Yeah, that's very kind of you to say, Colin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say, I'm going to debunk the absolute living hell out of that.
Yeah, we told them we got the fishing wire, just in case.
My attitude to a lot of this is that I've been speaking to Colin a fair bit before this happened. We've been getting along. I've always kind of liked Colin, even when I made the videos, as you say in those videos, I like Colin. And I've got nothing but the utmost respect for, someone who makes a video, maybe criticizing some of his work, for him to kind of have the strength of character to say, hey, why don't you come along and see how we do it? That has absolutely earned my respect.
Well, hopefully tonight, this place is creepy. We are creeped out, so I'm really hoping that we can get some of that same poltergeist activity, like the banging. I'm going to put that clip in this video so you guys can kind of take a look back at what happened, but... Okay guys, so we are up in the women's cell block, and Connor and I are not alone. We had to have these guys walk us up here because we're just really anxious. There's just something, it's hard to explain how we are feeling, but it's just really on edge. And I want you guys to kind of explain what happened to y'all.
Well, we unlocked the death chamber, and...
Hear that?
Yeah.
Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Now what's happening behind us?
That was loud at the very end.
Okay, see, once we start talking about something, they start getting our attention, you guys. So the death chamber we opened up, we have video of her changing. She was morphing into something, and black eyeliner came on her eyes. I went in there, Tammy went in there. When we came out, I was a whole different person, and so was Tammy. And thank God that he noticed it, because he helped her, Michelle, pull whatever was in me and Michelle out of us. And it was heavy. I don't remember a lot. All I remember is I want to go sleep. And thank God for Michelle. This has never happened to me. So opening that death chamber, it has brought something out here, dark.
But you guys definitely feel like
100% better.
But I mean, that was like, you don't open the door very often, right?
Never.
Never?
Yeah, we've never been in.
No.
Ever.
Well, I have, but you haven't. But yeah, I had someone here last week, but I never went in. But I went in, and when I came out and sat in the viewing area, I was like enjoying watching her sit in there, and it was just weird. And then she pulled her out there.
I'm like, no, she needs to get out.
And we all got out. I went to my office, and he said I threw my shoes off. I don't remember doing this. And all I remember is, I don't feel good, I need help. And I said, where's Michelle?
We went and got Michelle, carted her outside. She needed to be escorted.
And she was teetering.
She had a good 7 to 8 inch sway back and forth.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
felt
remember.
fine. I mean, I felt fine. I just felt like I needed to connect. Hence the reason why I put my head down on the bed, and I don't know, it was just so weird. That connection I had, I felt I had to have with them. But, yeah.
Well, interestingly, I think what we need to add too is when we came and like just talked to you guys just now, we were hearing stuff in the like safe room area, like in that entry area, banging, kind of shuffling. So it's like whatever is here is like following us around the damn building.
Correct.
It's crazy.
But more so.
And y'all thought you guys heard me and Colin talking.
Inside
And we
the front
were-
And you
room.
guys were not
We
there.
were still in the culinary.
Well,
I was by myself just grabbing a soda, and they thought I was talking to y'all.
yeah. So we're sitting in the theater room, and we're both going, is that, were they coming back? Do you hear them?
It
And
was
you
a
guys are
full-on
carrying the conversation.
It was a full-on
Like you guys
conversation.
are coming
yeah.
towards
And
us.
so Chris walks in, and we said, are you talking to the guys? He goes, I wasn't even talking. Nobody's out here.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's one thing they do is they mimic our voices a lot.
Yeah.
That is the scariest thing to me is mimics.
Oh, yeah.
Also, after you two had came and warned us about what happened, you left, and then it was like 10 minutes after that, I started thinking I was hearing y'all talking again. I was like, oh, they're coming back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So they're
yeah.
mimicking you and I now,
yeah.
which is very new.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
So I guess,
Well, have fun.
You'll have fun in here. This
By
is,
the way, the death chamber is open, so whatever's in and out of there might come visit you.
I'm thinking that's probably what's gonna happen.
just let us know when we can come up and lock it back down.
Okay.
Because we want to close
If you
that.
hear a lot of screaming,
Oh, yeah.
please run in.
Okay.
We will.
we'll be outside waiting
All
for
right.
the
Everybody get the
lights.
lightsabers out.
All right, guys. Good luck.
What the fuck, man? Okay, thank you. Can you step out of the hallway so that that thing will stop making noise? Okay, guys, so to explain. Okay, to explain what's happening right now, we just set up on the 3rd floor. This is the women's ward, or the women's cell block. Right when I just was about to start recording, I got on the statics. There was a huge thump, and then I heard a noise, and then massive loud banging at the end of the hallway, and immediately, for the first time tonight, the music box started going off, like something actually walked down here.
And then the REM pod right here.
Oh, did you hear that? Dude, it was like one of us has got to turn that off. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. 2 out of 3.
I set it up.
This will be funny. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Go get them balls.
Okay. To anybody who might be up here, specifically to the women who were here, who were imprisoned, I think there's one woman in particular who has followed us around a bit tonight. Some people seem to be afraid of you, but we were also told that you really like us, so whoever this dangerous woman is, we're inviting you to come forward and speak with us as well. We'd love to hear you make some noise in your cell. Let us know where you are. Just to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Colin.
My name's Connor.
So, if you're here with us, could you make some sort of a noise?
Is this the woman we were speaking to earlier?
By the way, to people online, there's no wind tonight. It is completely dead air. There are no f***ing animals in here. This is a sealed, and you can see they've kept this property in really good condition.
Injected.
What the f? Injected? Never gotten that word once.
Wasn't he the first person who got the injection here?
Keep going.
Okay. I feel like rough as fuck right now. I mean.
You okay? Honestly.
I think I'll be fine.
Seriously, bro. Let me know if you're not doing okay.
I'll be okay.
Did your batteries die?
Sounds like someone dragging something on concrete.
I'm like really on edge.
I don't feel good. Can you whistle back to me?
I see the lights. Guilty.
Guilty. Can you come down here?
Hear me.
Dude, what the fuck?
Oh my god. Okay guys, I'm gonna admit right now, this has gotta be, it's getting closer, bro. It's oh my god.
I can't come down here.
This is one of the most freaky, oh my god, I didn't even notice my necklace is up here. The fuck? This has gotta be honestly one of the freakiest energies I've felt in a really long time.
They killed me.
Okay. Oh my god, guys. So you just heard them explain, they opened up the door to the death chamber and something extremely evil came out.
Implies.
That dark thing affected them. That's what's been following us. And we're literally like 20 feet or like 100 feet from the
No,
death.
not even that. It's on the other side of this wall.
Is that really quiet? Yeah, the death chamber is literally right around the corner. It said, injected, guilty, they killed me. I mean, I don't think it could be any more clear that this is a spirit. Bertram. Screenshot that. This is the spirit of a man who was killed by lethal injection. I'm like almost to the point of wanting to quit.
That's the thing that's like, I mean, I know you guys are gonna see this video and be like, oh, they're definitely scared. But there's a big difference between being scared, like Garnett, we were scared. Because it was like, almost like jump scare things. This is like creeping me the out. to the point where like I feel so uncomfortable. Like this is making my skin crawl.
Also, I feel like if you are out there and you've done paranormal investigations, I know a lot of you watchers and people who subscribe ghost hunt, and you'll agree, you can feel when something is evil. This is evil. The other thing that keeps running through my mind that concerns me, if this thing had the force to fully twist a metal spoon, they were saying before, a police officer who visited, I think they said this, what the fuck, dude?
We're making contact.
It said that they told us that this thing beat the shit out of a police officer and they had to actually carry him out of the building. This spirit punched him and bruised this guy's body. I'm like, what the fuck could this thing do to us, dude? Were you executed here? Did they put you to death in this building?
Why are you so angry tonight?
We're not gonna leave yet. We're just here to hang out. We're bringing good, positive energy. So why don't you join us and help us spread some positivity? I don't know what to fucking say. I think that sounded lame, but
I really would like it for it to be positive right now.
why can't we ever do a happy holiday? We're the good ghosts, man. Are there any ladies here?
James.
Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck, Connor? It's fucking...
And you know what's crazy? Is usually on contracts that we sign for like locations, I'll just like print my name Connor. But this one I did James.
No. That's what it likes. Dude, that was right here.
Are you trying to talk to me? My name's James.
I mean, my mind is actually blown by this video. This is like, I think, the most poltergeist activity we may have ever seen. I mean, how many noises? And you can't explain any of them. I'm completely 100% dead serious about this, guys. I know people have said, oh, you title everything scariest, creepiest, most haunted. I'm like, genuinely, I think as we've grown older, our abilities have opened up, all of our experiences have been becoming more and more powerful. And like, Right now. This is the scariest prison out of all of them that we've investigated. This is scarier than Brushy, right? This is scarier than Brushy. This is scarier than Missouri. This is scarier than Montana.
You know what I'll say though, that I'm really worried about, is that all these places that we've been filming at, everybody, like, people are saying like, oh, like, the energy's usually not that bad here. And we show up and something happens. And so I'm like, is it us?
Yeah. Okay, we're about to use a little voice recorder. Before we do that, could you make a really loud noise again, bang on your cell door to let us know that you're here and ready to talk?
The others need harm.
Maybe we thought the woman was scary, and that's who was there. But maybe the whole time, the evil thing that came in was the evil person who was executed. And they're scared of the women because they can protect us.
I mean, also, if you go and look at all the people that were executed, a good majority of them killed women.
Yeah, the one guy strangled 12 women. Why don't you use your voice and answer our question?
Door.
They opened the door. Whistle.
They opened the gas chamber, this execution death chamber door, and that's the start of the evil tonight. Okay, I'm gonna put this down. Can you try to use your voice and just tell us your name?
Is there someone trying to hurt people tonight?
Why are you stuck in that one prison cell down there?
Sad.
Are you trying to protect us?
Where are you from?
Are you mad that they opened the door?
Yes, over here.
Did you have any children?
Are you mad that they opened the door?
while since I'm gonna say I felt like this, but I'm feeling like sick right now, like I have like the flu or something. Like horrible. Like straight up, like I'm like, it's like really hot in here all of a sudden. I just feel like I could pass out.
I feel like I could throw up.
Dude, I'm not f***ing with you at all.
No, you're like sweating.
I know, look at dude. I feel like nauseous all of a sudden. Like I have body aches.
It's literally 50 degrees outside. Like it's not
Show
hot.
the weather.
You can kind of see it there. Like it's very cool outside right now. You okay? You take a breather. I'm feeling fucking rough too, dude. You're like sweating like you're about to throw up.
You can't even see it, but I'm like, is it fucking just me or is it like really hot in here? You don't think so? Dude, I'm like fucking like burning up.
You wanna go outside for a little bit?
Okay guys, so I would take a break right now and go sit outside, but Susan just texted me and said that they're gonna be locking up the prison soon. So we're just gonna head over to the death chamber to do our Estus method. I straight up feel like I could, dude, you can't even see on here. I'm fucking sweating like a motherfucker, and it is fucking 50 degrees outside. And I'm like, I feel like I could throw up. We haven't eaten. That's some of the clearest, I don't know, Connor, some of the clearest noises that we've had, you know, right?
I mean, we've been on hundreds of ghost hunts. This is one place that we've been where every place that we went in this whole area, it was just looking over your shoulder, making sure that no one was behind you. I mean, we're hearing noises, footsteps, anything and everything happened here at this place. And you just think about the spirits that are inhabiting this place and the energy that they had. I mean, these weren't just regular people. These were hardened criminals. A lot of them violent offenders. Yeah.
You know, like serial killers.
Yes.
This was the maximum state.
Yeah, so...
maximum security.
Yeah, maximum state.
State.
Maximum state of security.
They deserve a little bit more than a slap on the wrist.
Some of them got it, and we'll show you where that happened later. But this place is amazing. People who work here are amazing. The spiritual energy in this place is amazing. So I'm really excited to see what we get tonight.
Yeah, one more thing. I also want to say, because I can't remember if we actually talked about it in the last video, but at the end of that investigation, I felt, unlike really anywhere that we've ever been, like something was like on me here spiritually.
You can see it in the footage.
Yeah, it's really creepy. And so at the end of that night, off camera, Michelle, who I think was in our video, she actually did this grounding ceremony with me in the front of the prison. And I was just telling him, it really felt like something actually lifted off my chest. I was crying.
You were sick.
Yeah, it was
gagging really hard.
Yeah, it was a very, really just weird experience that made me take a step back and think like, wow, this stuff has a certain power to it that I don't understand, and I still don't know what the hell that was, but I just couldn't remember if we talked about that before, but it was really interesting. So, yeah.
I'm hoping to get a similar kind of feeling tonight.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, before we start.
Yes, Colin.
Just real quick, so people kind of have a perspective. Why did you start your channel, and like, why do you have such a passion for what you do?
I believe I may have had something paranormally kind of experiencey thing when I was a child. I was probably about 12-ish, and this was back in my native home of England. I won't go into it too much, but I was, down in a very, very creepy place, but I was there with my brother, my whole family. My dad, who doesn't believe in this stuff, my mum, who does believe in this stuff, and my brother, who's even younger than me, like by a couple of years. We kids, kids love this kind of stuff, right? And where it was like there's some underground tunnels in Dover Castle. And it's used as like a World War II hospital, so you can just imagine the kind of bloody history that place has had. Big, creepy, long tunnels. And you're only allowed to go there as part of a tour guide. It's actually set up as more of a walk-in museum than anything ghost-like. But we did hear, like there was a TV show where they told us, like, hey, this place is supposed to be haunted. So we all wanted to go. My dad just wanted to go for the World War II history. Down one of these tunnels, to this day I can still remember it very well. There was a man, 20-something-year-old man perhaps, dressed in like World War II attire, full-bodied apparition, walked out of one of the doorways down this tunnel and through a brick wall. We didn't freak out, we didn't scream, even as kids. We kind of just carried on with the tour. And in the gift shop, me, my brother, and my mum all sort of talked to each other and was like, did you see that? And we were like, yeah. We all kind of, we didn't freak out, we weren't screaming, we weren't scared. We all just kind of calmly talked about it. And to this day, we all still kind of believe we saw the same thing. Now that is weird, and it's always kind of stuck with me, and it's kind of gone into my adulthood now. And I guess, as far as like this side of what I do on my channel, I just want to have another paranormal experience as strong as that. The likelihood of it happening is very rare, if it's even real. Very, very rare, I think those kind of things happened. If what I saw is what I saw, I'm probably very privileged to have seen that, but I would just love to for it to happen again now I'm an adult.
Yeah, I don't think, we've ever seen anything close to that. We've done, like,
You didn't even freak out. You're a better man than I am.
I could have made a video out of it.
We would have been screaming like little fucking
Honestly.
girls running out there. Well, I'm really excited, man.
The British handle is a little different, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, are you ready, man?
Yeah, I gotta say, if the ghosts don't come out to scare us, that fucking mask will.
I've always wondered. We need one of those.
Honestly, I want to get one of your face, you get one of my face. Exactly.
All right, man. So, to whoever's here in the Nevada State Prison, you might remember us from the last time we were here, but we're just here to speak with you. If you are here and you can hear this, and we would just love to talk to you this evening. My name's Colin.
My name's Connor.
And I go by Sam.
So if you can make any noise, or if you see any of our lights around here, if you can go tap them. I know that you're probably used to people like us coming in here. Go right ahead.
Feel free to make yourself known. You can touch us, you can scream, you can hit us, you can push us.
You can kick him in the nuts.
Yep.
Hard as you can.
Could you imagine if that actually happened?
Is there anyone here with us right now?
Shuffling.
Was that you? This, and I'll say, last time we were here, right here, we were hearing like shuffling. Because this is where she saw the gray alien.
Right. I didn't think I saw that photo.
It's honestly a creepy picture, dude.
If it's the same one from the Heather, the caretaker of the goldfields, it's just a big weird, looks like a head, like.
I can't remember.
I don't know, it's just a big weird looking block of a head. I don't know, I can't tell if that's just paranoia, more than likely, but it is weird looking.
I mean, I'd like to see an alien.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Such a just good classic joke.
I'm pretty much full of shitty dad jokes. And for some reason people watch my shit.
Well,
That's on you though. That's on all of you guys, not me.
I don't watch it.
The honest things ever come out of your mouth.
Yeah, debunk that.
I very much have this covered though. I deserve this.
We heard you moving around down here. Can you make another noise for us?
okay, then that's weird because we came down here and it sounded like it came from here.
Where are you?
Oh, dude. Do you feel like a little cool?
This is
I don't know. I don't know if I'm creeped out or what.
I don't feel cool just yet. I'm starting to get the hair on end. Are you gonna try to scare us?
Any chance you could move that chair that we're all looking at right now?
I just saw something going in front of that window. What do you mean? Like, it looked like an arm going past it in that side window.
Hey, he asked to move the chair. Did you set the fishing wire up?
Yeah, we just gotta get the other guy in the other room to pull it.
Yeah, you've met our other guy, Chris,
Yeah.
right? Who's with us? Oh,
Damn, Chris.
We won't talk about that on camera.
Yeah,
Chris is quiet.
he's actually mute.
Perfect.
If you can't move anything, maybe you can go touch one of the lights over there in the food prep area. And it'll make a noise so we can know you're over there.
Was that you guys?
I'm like shuffling a little bit.
I think that's a car.
Did you? I thought I heard a.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing.
I think it's just the wall, but like that other one did sound like some kind of thud, like a foot thud maybe.
I don't like that this door's like
Busted.
like fucking barricaded.
It's like some Walking Dead shit.
Yeah. Keep the Zeds.
The walkers.
Maybe.
Oh my god, look how big this freezer is.
Careful. Oh my god, dude.
What?
That's fucking crazy. I did not expect that.
This is actually the one the guy told me will lock you in.
Quick, put him in.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is wow.
This is the biggest freezer I've ever seen.
Is anybody in this room with us?
I'm getting a lot of pressure.
I thought I heard 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like 3
That's what it kind of sounds like.
That was Colin one.
Yeah.
Can you do that again?
side of the wall. Yeah, it's definitely from over there. There's something out here. Yeah, it was very faint, so I doubt my mic picked it up. It almost sounds like shuffling.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like a on the wall almost.
Can you knock back to me? It just knocked back to me.
Did you get that on audio? What's on the other side? Is that like an exterior door?
I don't know. Probably. There's knocks happening back there as well.
Yeah, this is like what we had happen last time. I say, I mean, what we did the last time we were here was just sit at that table and you could hear the whole like stuff from over here and then that other side. So maybe you want to do that?
Yeah.
Bro, if we're getting this much here, the upstairs of the prison, that was like actual cell doors shaking. So you're.
What's weird is like we even just like sat around here having a bit of a chit chat, having a laugh. I swear I didn't hear anything.
No,
Fair
I was
enough.
in here alone.
Maybe we were too loud with the chatting. I don't know. But like the moment we start asking questions,
dude, I swear I was in here alone and there was nothing.
that four thing, that was almost like 4 footsteps.
I know.
That like.
Well,
I told you it's cold. It's cold.
Well, last time what happened is we were sitting over here in this corner, and it literally sounded like people just walking around like right here.
Yeah, we kept hearing that shit to such a like. And it's weird, man. If you're doing it with just 2 people, I feel like it's way creepier than 3. I mean, obviously. But when it was just us 2 in this big like complex, it was definitely we were a little more paranoid.
If there's anybody here in the kitchen with us, can you come sit at the table? Or touch one of those lights in there?
Remember at the beginning I said I thought there was a whistle.
Is that a motorcycle? So you guys got better reason than me. I can't hear a thing. A motorcycle.
Sounds like a speed bike. Like
I don't know. I heard another knock. But it sounds like it's all in that hallway area.
You want to go lights out for a little bit?
It's too scary.
Zoink! School!
Remember, that's what we did last time.
And that's when it got really fucking creepy. Connor, we don't actually ghost hunt, man. You told me we have to do this for real this time.
Hey, Chris, get ready.
You got the morph suit on over there? Oh, did you actually?
Are you doing IR or just actually turning on the light? Okay.
I'm just doing black screen, I guess.
Why is this not working?
Oh, right there. There's another. Do the knock thing again.
Can you knock back?
Is there any chance? Oh shit. Just like
Wow, dude.
That was loud. I wish I didn't say anything. Is there any chance you can move that cup that's on that ledge there? The mug. We can hear something in the distance. Could you please come a bit closer to us?
What the? Bro, the thing just turned on by itself.
What device was that?
I don't know. Bro, what the what was that noise that it just made?
Wait a minute, wait. What was that? First off, what was it? Like the Ovilus?
I think it's the spirit talk, or the spirit chat. Bro, that was off. Wasn't it?
And it said we made it.
Yo, that was crazy, actually.
You want to go grab it
Yes.
and bring it over here?
Dude, okay, for posterity though, like, it would not be on. Like, we wouldn't turn something on and just let it sit there. And did you hear that weird ass noise it made too? It's like,
What, that's not normal?
no. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's bizarre. And the battery's at 5%.
What?
It must have been on then.
No, this thing would have gone off at least once by this whole time. I mean, we could look back at the footage, but like, dude, look, here you go.
Who's got it? Oh, there it is.
Cord. I made it.
And just show him, maybe it'll hit again, and listen to the sound it makes. It does not do that. Plus, this was charging all night. I did unplug this one today.
That's the noise it made, isn't it?
No, it made before that, like a,
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I think it did, yeah.
which, I mean,
Did you turn this on? You trying to talk?
Registration.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's getting louder.
Keep coming towards us, please.
Near death.
This thing's going nuts.
I swear to God, dude.
Wait, okay, first of all, okay, let me get this straight. You're saying that you didn't turn that on,
Yes.
and you charged it last night.
Mhm.
It was at.
Dark mood.
Okay, so look at
So
how
wait, that's what I was going to ask next. You're saying it's at 5%. That's the first time we have heard that
Yes.
since we started filming,
dude, this,
and then now it's going off non-stop.
Well, and this is the first word.
oh yeah, true, yeah.
So it never went off or anything.
I mean, dude, I swear.
Is there something you can do? I've just got to ask this, like where there's a button you can push to make it like say something, or because like
No,
it's
no,
weird that
this
we
is-
went from like not touching it where it didn't say anything for maybe 20 minutes.
No.
Circle.
Here's the on-off button right here. That's the only button on here. You just turn it on. Bro, I swear, that is actually crazy. 'Cause
I plugged
think of
this
the-
in last night,
I know.
Evolution.
and it's going nuts.
What's weird to me is
I mean,
there's obviously I don't think there's going to because I would have heard of something like that being like remote. I've got to ask these questions.
no.
So like there's got to be that's the only way I can think of that could be remote. But like I've never heard of any of these things being like that. So that's weird. It's weird because it didn't go off at all and now it's going nuts.
And it was
So
on.
here's all you have to think about, right? So this thing was face up over there. So when you turn the lights out, right, you would have seen like some sort of a light being cast on the ceiling, right? Like just look at this.
And the only light.
Look at that. You would have seen this, like up on the ceiling. Did you
The
see
only
that?
light
No.
you can see is the red pot over there.
We've never had.
Oh, unless it was face down or something.
It was.
It wasn't. When I got it on camera when I walked over there. Which you can have.
For a split second, I thought there was a spider. The way your forearm is on here, it's like reflecting. It just looks like it looked exactly like a spider.
Look out!
I left Australia to escape that shit.
Oh, they do have that entire building here that's filled with black widows.
Yeah, I heard that. Let's not go there. Let's give that a miss, eh?
Yeah, we skipped that one last time.
I'm good.
I mean, dude, seriously, that's really
okay.
weird. I don't think we've ever had a device turn on like that.
And it turned on.
It made that
and
weird
then it only
sound.
has 5% battery.
I mean, it would have gone off once
I
in the
know.
20 minutes that we've been sitting here. Did you just turn that box on? Or did you walk over there maybe? This is crazy because this is exactly what happened to us last time, like beat for beat. Like we walked down there and then sat down here and we're like hearing all that stuff. And then I don't know, did we just get like really creeped out?
No, all of our devices out there, REM pods and everything started going out, and it was like someone was in the kitchen area, like banging around.
Can you come back into the actual kitchen? If you could follow our voices.
We gotta prep some food. Come on, inmates.
I don't know, there's a weird stillness, you know? Mm-hmm. And like energy-wise, I wouldn't even say right now that, like, when we say in our videos for your people, like...
Your people.
Like, if you're like to watch this video, like when we say it feels like heavy, I do not feel that at all in here. But the upstairs is where I think we're gonna feel it.
Really heavy.
But it feels just kind of like something's out there.
Like they're watching us.
Most of those knocks are from a distance.
Oh, what the what just lit up?
What lit up then? I didn't see.
I don't know what that was. Because it wasn't the paralamp. I got a shot of that. Like, actually, though, what would that have been? Because it looked like a white light, didn't it? Kind of?
I'll be honest with you, I was talking to you and I didn't really notice anything.
Oh, sorry.
What are we doing?
Getting up close in person.
I like it.
Was it this flashlight?
I know. I want to say that it might have been, bro.
I mean, because that's
Here,
kind of what
look.
it looked like.
Connor, I'm going to pause this. Let's look at this right now.
Alright.
We can do it live.
Let me turn my eye on.
Okay. So here's this whole clip. Because it was a white light, bro, that lit up on the ceiling.
It looked
At least
like
what I
that.
thought I saw. It's gonna. I got it on here because I was shooting low light. Right there. Look at that, bro. Look at this. Was this the flashlight? Look at that.
Oh.
Shining right up at the ceiling.
I think it.
Wait. Okay. Hold up. Let's just do this, Connor. I'm gonna stand back here. Just click it on. And if you guys can kill your lights, we'll see if it's the exact thing that I saw.
Ready?
Hold up, let me adjust my settings. Okay, do it. No, that's too bright. No, it wasn't that. But it was something in here.
Well, what's that lantern thing?
The one on that?
Yeah, that.
The paralight.
It wasn't that.
No, you could see in the video. It was something like white.
But what else would that have been from?
Would it have been? Oh. I don't know, but I gotta say, dude.
Well, it was like above the equipment, right?
I mean, you can see
roughly
it in the
above the
clip.
equipment.
It was shining up like
I would
this.
imagine it's surely some of your equipment, but I don't think it was like a reflection from us or anything.
It
like
wasn't,
that.
because
No.
it turned on.
Yeah, it turned on and we looked at it, and then I stood up and got it, and then you can compare that to
Wait. This flashlight's brighter, or not as bright.
Wait, let me try it again. No, I think that's too. Yeah, it's too bright. Especially on this low light. Maybe if it like kind of barely turned on.
This?
It's that if you do the tiniest, like before it turns the big circle, I could see that, but
I swear it was this flashlight.
I mean,
And it wasn't clicked on either.
bro, this is actually really strange. I feel like this is weird because we're getting some like really bizarre shit that when we were here the first time, we didn't get anything like that. Or even the thing like turning on, like bro, that's like weird.
That thing turning on and that flashlight turning on?
Wait, maybe it was this. Oh, 4 minutes ago, I got an email. That's the white light.
There you go, guys. He debunked himself.
Yeah, you're losing
Fucking
your job,
Gmail.
man.
Yeah.
Take it up.
Fuck's sake, Colin.
Hey, well, at least that goes to show that we actually did see something, you know? Yeah, let's go lights out again. Or maybe I can use a flashlight.
If there's anyone in the kitchen with us, make yourself known. Scare us.
Give us a good whistle, would you?
Not the best whistler. Let's give it a go.
You were lying.
Is this Nevada desert air? It's not good for my lips.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm annoyed because your whistle is a lot better than mine.
Yeah. I got some nice supple lips.
It's weird though, I feel like the noises have like stopped to a degree.
Is anyone still down here with us?
Notice how that REM pod hasn't gone off again too. It's kind of weird, you're standing like right by it. You
Yeah,
know?
it's true actually. It's about the same distance. Yeah.
But we weren't filming it, so
Mm-hmm.
what else?
I'm excited to go upstairs.
It feels kind of dead.
Yeah, now it feels dead. But I mean, when you think about like the history of this place, like the violence and the misery and like the bad stuff that was happening here, none of that was happening in this room. That's all
Wasn't there a riot in the kitchen though?
Yeah, there were those two guys that were stabbed.
Yeah.
So in the kitchen,
Yeah, well,
In
the canteen.
You guys sit out
The way
there.
they sat down. Yeah. I've seen some prison movies. That's where it was.
Exactly.
Is the spirit of the man, or I guess of the two men who were murdered in this room, are either of you here with us? You can say yes by knocking on something, making some sort of a noise. I don't know, you see, this is like what we were talking about. I feel like this just feels empty. I feel like we should go to another area.
I think so. You coming in? It really does just feel dead in here.
Is there anything else anybody in here would like to do or say before we leave? I think we're gonna go try to talk to some other people in the main building.
That's like a motorbike or something. Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This room also doesn't really give me any sort of a feel. I definitely think the other areas, plus the sound contamination, just makes it impossible.
I'll tell you where there's no sound contamination is in the
Death chamber? Yeah, how many people executed? Like 40?
Yeah, they used to execute people by cyanide gas here.
Really?
Yep.
And then
We'll get to go into
Cyanide gas. I've never heard that before.
They would sit in a chair, and there was a bucket of water underneath them, and they were brought into a room, and the person would pull the lever, and it would dump the cyanide pills into the water, and they would start chemical reaction, and the smoke would just start filling the room, and they'd have to breathe in deeply, and it sometimes took a long time to kill them.
It sounds like a painful way to go.
They outlawed it because it was not
Inhumane.
humane.
Inhumane as capital punishment gets.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
why don't we go over there?
let's check it out.
Wait, I remember this.
Yep. So to the left is the bullpen. You guys want me to open the death chamber?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, I'll open it. And it's right down here through this door.
Oh yeah, I remember it. Would you do like a 5-minute history real quick as well? Maybe we can walk with you to the death chamber.
So in the last night cells, you'd come over from death row, you'd be escorted, you'd get in here, and this is where you get your last meal. So they, at one point, they could order quite a bit. And then one of the more miserly wardens said, no, enough of that. Pick from the menu. And so they would do that, just depended on the warden. But then when it was time, if they were compliant, the guards would walk them over, take them through the door, attach them to the chair or the bed, and let it rip. So it's a short walk to the execution chamber. If they weren't compliant, if they were fighting, the guards would medicate them. So one of the inmates, Carol Cole, he was medicated before. And when he went to, be put to death, there was an adverse reaction with the meds. And so he got to go through that at the end.
Took him forever.
That's a horrible concept, thinking about you're being dragged to your death and you're so scared that you have to be medicated for it.
Yeah, I can't imagine it. I really can't. And you know, the executions nowadays, they can't get the meds. So states are going to firing squads like Idaho. You know, some of the other states are doing whatever cocktail of chemicals. It's crazy. So I can open that up for you. So now when the guards would take you over here, this would already be prepared. The guards would open this up, and then when it was lethal injection, they'd escort you through. Again, if you were compliant, you got on there, they strapped you down, they attached the leads or the tubes, whatever you want to call them. And then the people beyond this mirror here, there was a nurse, a doctor, a guard, and they would do the injection.
So this is the original bed, right?
Correct.
But how many people died on this?
I think 52.
That's crazy.
Well, 52 in total. I'm not sure how many people died of lethal injection. 52 total in this room. Now, at one point, there were 2 chairs in here where they would cyanide gas them 2 at a time. Imagine that.
What was the process of gassing like?
So the cyanide, when they started out, they were experimenting. So Guy John, he was the unlucky person that got the first experiment. So they tested it first. They got some cyanide capsules. They threw it in some water in the butcher shop out in the yard. And a cat, threw a cat in there. The cat didn't die. So they kept adding cyanide to the water until the cat died. Then they added a few more for the person or whatever. And they put him in there on a cold morning. The cyanide floated around on the floor. So he got to sit there and just look at it for a while before it started getting him. So he got to go in a horrible way. And after that, the warden after that decided we're not doing that anymore. We're going to make it official. And they came up with this type of, it wasn't this one, but it was similar.
Who was the most infamous person that was executed here?
I think it's kind of subjective. To me, it's Carol Cole. Carol Cole was a vicious serial killer, and they say 15 women. He liked to kill women because his mother tormented him quite a bit. She named him Carol so she could dress him up in a dress and pretend he's a girl. But they said 15 women that he's serial murdered, but it could be far more than that. And he said before he got put to death, it was more than that. So to me, he was probably the most infamous one. But if you go back in time, if you read some of the descriptions of the deaths or the crimes on the people on the wall in there, there's some pretty crazy stuff that went on. I mean, there's a 17-year-old kid they put to death. There's pictures on the wall in there. I don't know if I'm okay with that, but it was in the 40s, so.
What did he do?
He probably killed somebody. I'm not quite sure because I get mixed up with all of them because there's so many.
Quite a few.
Do we, by chance, we happen to know if anyone was executed here after the fact was found to be innocent?
I'm not sure of that happening. I can imagine it probably did.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's happened though.
Okay.
And for a while, I mean, if you got executed, that was just the end of story. They weren't going to really look into it any further. They had solved their case, so.
Yeah, corrections are pretty cold about it.
And what about paranormal in here? What do people experience?
So we've had anger come through. We've done Estus sessions in here where we've had anger, cussing, swearing. We've had images of David Blackwell, who was put to death in here, in the window. We had shined a laser in here, and it was a strange day. The girls went to a cemetery, and they just happened to go into the cemetery, and they walked up to David Blackwell's grave. So they came in here, and that night they had a laser going through the window, and they took a picture, and his face is in the image in the window. So there's, I think it depends too on the person. If you're highly charged, or you're very into it, or you're an empath or whatever, you might get more than somebody who's a skeptic.
Right.
Because you believe,
That was my parents' I have a job.
Yeah.
That's good.
Now imagine if you're an inmate, right? You walk in that door, you don't get to walk out. We all walk out right now. So we're pretty unique.
I don't want to walk in.
But the inmates didn't get that chance.
It's the end of the line.
Yeah.
And just to think that there's people watching too.
Yeah,
They're
family,
so happy to see you dying.
Family, attorneys, sheriffs, the prison staff. Yeah, there's quite a few.
Yeah, it's not even a private moment. Like, you got an audience. That is weird.
And that's what the curtains are for. You know, when they getting you prepared, they draw the curtains so the family wouldn't see you putting their loved one on the table. And at the time, they pull the curtains up, and they got to witness it. These are not working properly. There we go.
Well,
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
to the
You guys
wind.
can do some paranormal stuff in here, just not get on the bed.
Yeah.
So you can put chairs in there.
Oh.
What happened?
I'm just thinking about lying on that bed.
Is this open? Yeah, that's the viewing in there.
That was one of you, right?
What?
Back there.
Yeah, I think it was good.
I'll close in that door.
Yeah, it's so interesting. All these, what they did, shot his gambling partner, stabbed him in a drug dispute, shot fellow bootlegger, killed his wife, killed a woman with a pickaxe, shot and killed 4 men, shot his wife's stepdaughter and another man, killed his 5-month-old son.
Carol Cole was the first lethal injection. Jesse Bishop was the last gas. This is the guy who did the video.
So all these people were gassed?
All of these.
Well, most of them were. At some point, they were back over here. They did one firing squad. One guy chose, you could pick hanging or firing squad. He picked.
Oh, there it is. First.
Yeah, he picked firing squad. He said that he'd rather go out like a soldier than a criminal. A criminal is hanged, so he picked the firing squad.
1905. First execution. Well,
Alright, so I'll leave you guys alone.
Alright.
Like I said, you can put chairs in there, just please stay off the bed, because I don't want to get yelled at. But yeah, enjoy.
Thank you, man.
Imagine that, just sitting in here watching someone get strapped to this bed.
Especially, yeah, I don't know, sometimes I forget about these things, but like, it would have been like the loved ones as well. Like, the fact, like, it's not just the victim's family, it will be the person getting executed family, will just, they're going to watch like their son or.
See that up there? That's the ventilation tube for when it got filled with the cyanide gas. Once they were sure that he was dead, they turn on that little gas outside.
Wow. Could you imagine being a bird flying over the prison when that gas starts coming out?
So, were there no women executed? Was there any here?
I guess so.
I don't think so.
So it's in like date order. Okay. 1905. I thought this place was built in 1925. Where was this place?
Well, this isn't the original.
Of course it is. Okay, yeah.
Well,
Claimed to have committed 35 murders.
I think it's quite a common thing where they kind of hold that, they're hoping it's like some sort of trump card just before they get executed to sort of say, hey, I know where, I've got other victims and, you know, I know where they're buried, and if you prolong this, I'll give you the information. It's like a lot of them do that.
mm-hmm. It is eerie though when you think like most of these lives were ended right there. And you actually get to see their faces. It's just like haunting. 'Cause it's a lot of people instead of just a number.
Seeing the pictures, I feel like it just makes it feel more real.
Gotta admit, a lot of them do just look like bad guys.
I mean,
That kind of mugshot, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Look at the very first guy. He's got crazy eyes.
Yeah. What is it for you? Yeah.
And I'm like, what was this old guy doing? John Kramer.
John Kramer from Saw. 17 years old. So a bunch of murderers getting murdered.
Yeah.
We'll do the Estus.
Yeah.
What, while lying down on that?
Can't lie down on it, sadly.
Oh, I thought you said you could. Oh,
No.
that makes sense.
All right. So to anybody who's up here in the women's ward, when Once again, I don't know if you guys remember Connor and I, we were here a few years ago. But we've brought a new friend who really would love to talk to y'all.
I'm exotic. I'm from England.
What the f?
Shit, we try to film you guys, it's like a toxic nuke IR.
Last time we were here, someone was banging on the cell doors. We'd love to hear you do that again. Yeah. Is there any ladies in here right now? You can touch any of those lights. Show us that you're here.
Don't be scared off with this silly thing on my face. I assure you, I mean you no harm in any way. I'd just like to have a chit chat. Have a chin wag.
Oh, what?
Chin wag? No, what's wrong with you? That's what I thought you said. What chin wag?
Chin wag?
I told you I'm exotic, I remember.
What the f is a chin wag?
Chin wag.
I gotta start saying that. Chin wag.
Chin wag.
I gotta figure out what it means first.
Hobble, hobble.
That was great. You guys can come out of your cells. You hear that knock? That was from that way. Could you try to make a really loud noise, just so we know where you are?
You're welcome to come join us in this larger holding cell. You know, if you want to walk past those little lights to get here, that would be great.
Would you like for one of us to come down to one of the cells?
If you want one of us to come down there, could you make that noise again? That was really great. Dude, the way it sounded like it was coming from here.
Oh yeah, that's definitely me. Oh, that was not me.
The last time we were here, it's the same thing. I'm like really on edge. I think it's just me being here, like right by the thing, you know?
So you do want us to come down there?
If you want the guy in the back over there with the mask on his face to come down and see you, the exotic guy,
The chin wagger?
will you make a noise or give us a sign? Maybe even touch one of those red lights?
I hope you don't mind, but I'm just going to have a little wander down. If that's okay. If you would not like me to wander down, could you please make a noise? I'll take that out of the window.
There was a noise actually.
You did hear a noise?
So if you don't want him to come down, could you try to make a noise?
A loud one, please. Why am I not hearing this?
Dude, that was
I heard it.
yes, it was right when you talked. Both times.
Yes, shut up.
God damn it, guys. That's the standards to be in the Paranormal Files is pretty high.
Yeah.
I say you just go down there anyways, man.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Right, I'm coming down in 2 shakes of a flobble cop.
What the f?
2 shakes of a flobble cock?
Right, all English people in the chat, you know, tell them what a flobble cop means in the comments.
We need to lock this guy up.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
He's a f***ing danger to society.
I'm going to try to stay away from those balls.
Him and his flobble cock.
You want me to go like in between the red box or a bit further down?
I see you go down to where it's dark.
Yeah, go all the way down to the end.
Still the same vibes in here.
I know.
And it's weird because it's like there's energy I feel like coming from, or a lot of noises from the hallway too.
Yeah.
different than last time.
If you don't like men, go punch that guy down at the end of the hallway.
Please brutally attack him.
Make him a ghost.
How do you feel tonight?
I've been getting like super deep pressure in my head all night.
I think that's what happened to me last time.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't remember. It's been a while.
I can't remember either.
It's like at the top of my head. It's not like in between my eyes or anything. It feels like I was doing like a headstand.
There's even on the telephone there, please. When you touch the telephone here, did you maybe tap me on the shoulder?
Should we go walk into that other hall while he's doing this? Hey, we're gonna go walk into this other hallway. So you're gonna be completely alone in here. So good luck.
This hallway is super freaky.
Lock it. Is there anybody in here with us?
I'm just sitting in the cell.
Sure.
Damn, where's the beds?
Execute, I just heard. Whoever's in here with us, can you give us some sort of a sign? Or tell us your name?
Cold in here.
Get out of. Is there anybody in this cell block? Yeah, it sounded like a knock like that.
Can you do that again?
What was that?
Are you here with us? We'd love to hear you make a noise. This is death row, isn't it? This is death row. Is it? Can you tell us, was this death row? Death row! What the f? That was crazy. Is there anything else you'd like to say to us? Down here? Yeah. Okay. No light. Oh, dude, there was a tap in here. Are you down there? Hello? Hello? Can you knock back? I feel like we should go back with him. It's kind of hard. It's hard when there's... Where the hell are you?
I don't know, I went all the way down outside. I thought you might have been outside.
Really? No, we were...
That was fun.
We were over there.
You just watched me leave.
No, we were in this block over there.
Oh, you went in the door, did you?
Death row.
Death row. Records? As in?
Snoop Doggy Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
Fuck. To have anything happen?
There was a couple of knocks. Nothing like major, there's a couple of knocks.
I feel like there were a couple that we heard that were like decently loud, you know? Not just like a little, but like...
Yeah, I would say there was one. When I eventually walked all the way back to like, you know, the beginning, if you will, or, you know, where the exit is or whatever, like on the far end from when I just walked, there's like quite a loud knock.
Yeah, that's just weird. It's like, that was when, the only time when we heard stuff is when we were sitting there in that room. And I don't know what that is. Hello?
What a pair of lungs he's got on him.
Do you want to just sit there in the women's?
Whee!
Oh yeah, this room got went off.
Really?
Like that, but yeah, this, when I was like pretty far away from it, like halfway.
Yeah, the last time we were here, I don't think we had barely any like REM pod or anything. Kind of like this.
Oh, tell me how boy.
So at this point, sadly, we did not
notice at the time that the shotgun microphone, this thing, on top of our camera was dying. You kind of heard it in one of those last clips, but when those mics die, they make this sound and then they cut to silence and they cut back in with sound for like 5-10 seconds and then they cut back out. And when I started editing this video this week, I was just like, oh my God, of course we don't have the microphone audio when some crazy stuff was happening. For this portion of the video, just bear with me. I tried to trim out all of the moments when the mic was dropping out. I scanned to look for our reactions to see if, I caught any of those noises in the moments when the mic was working. I actually did, but it does seem a little choppy. So just bear with me. This section's only going to be about 5 to 10 minutes, but yeah, you'll see why I wanted to include it. It's pretty crazy.
You're very much invited. Can you please clap for us like this?
Hearing that too, I can't tell if that's maybe like, if it's like...
I mean, a car wouldn't be making like a...
I don't know if this is as consistent as that, but I am hearing some kind of like very...
Can you try to whistle back?
That's great, thank you.
Can you clap back? Are you stuck in your cell?
If you'd like us to do the hokey pokey and turn around, can you make a loud sound?
That was great. Can you do it even louder? You got this. I believe in you. I think I'm like really tired. There we go. Imagine hearing that back though. Oh. Are you coming into this room right now? Yeah, you can come on down here. You don't need to be afraid of us. There's 2 men in this room and we brought a woman so you'd feel more comfortable.
Why are you pointing the camera at me?
We don't know what's under that mask.
Feel a little colder? It's like right here. If you want us to stay with you, you gotta make a really loud touch one of those little red lights like you did before. So you want us to stay with you?
Is there any chance we could actually hear you walk towards us? Because all the noises we hear is down the other end. If that's possible for you to do so.
Is
that not you?
No. That came from that wall area.
If so, I'll give you full permission to touch me. That was my shoulder. Don't let this wrinkleless mask fool you, everyone. Underneath this, I am 65 years old.
It's scary. It's like Phantom of the Opera.
Banned for bullying. We are going to have fun here. Come on, guys, come join in on the chuckle. I don't think we use them too much.
How about before we get out of here, let's all do one at a time. Like a good, evil.
You go first.
An evil laugh. Kind of.
Whatever you feel is
whatever my heart desires. Alright guys, I'm apparently doing an evil laugh.
Damn. Alright, let's get out of here.
I'm thinking you see what I'm gonna fucking do. I thought I was doing you mother.
Hey, you've gotten content out of us, now it's our turn.
Really loud. That's me.
Someone's actually killing.
What the f*** is that? Did you not hear that?
Yeah. Thank you. Hey, what about me? Huh? He had no reaction to me.
It's B minus.
Share with the random
That's
person.
not you, is it?
What?
There's like a rustling sound.
I think it sounds
I think it might be behind you. What is it?
It's the darkness. Yeah, it would be an animal.
I don't think it is. But then, it's so slight, maybe it could be a monster. We should see it. Yeah, we should see it.
But this is concrete.
Huh?
Okay, you haven't. You've not said what I.
Say it. This is safe.
Okay, no. It feels cold here. I wasn't feeling it there. I feel cold here. I don't know. I just didn't want to say anything, so I didn't want to influence. It feels colder, but that's like just one of those things that ghost hunters say.
We're doing goosebumps right now.
I mean, yeah, there's zero area. So there were actually a ton of noises in that wing, kind of like what Connor and I experienced on our first trip to the old Nevada State Prison, what a lot of people seem to experience. And as you even saw in that footage, Side-Eye Guy, he heard something behind us in the room moving around. The audio, was clipped because of the dying microphone, but what essentially happened is we all got up and were looking for what could have been causing that noise, but there was no vent. The walls are completely made of like stone, so there's no way an animal could bury its way in there or have a little, rat tunnel or anything like that. And so that was weird to him. And then when we were over there, the audio also kind of cut out, but he said, I feel a cold spot here, and I really do feel like it's cold. Connor and I were cracking jokes like, man, it's a safe space. You can share that stuff with us. we were laughing. But I was proud, That's what I think it takes. I think you have to go into this with an open mind to experience things. Now, I'm not going to promise a skeptic that if you go in with an open mind, you're going to see, a ghost floating down the hallway or a demon's, bright red eyes glowing in the forest. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm trying to get across is if you have an open mind, then you might have the experiences that we tend to have, especially, when we film our videos and we got 2, 3, 4 people with us who all have open minds and are bringing that energy. I feel like that supercharges an environment too. And you could see it with him, Side-Eye Guy went into this whole thing actually, I believe, wanting to experience something. And when the experiences started coming, it was more like, let's experience this in the moment. And then afterwards, you can go back and try and figure out what it could have been, which I appreciate. And it actually led us to one of the most shocking kind of eerie discoveries of the night when his debunker mind took over and he wanted to try figure out what was making that noise in the cell block hallway. And what we found at the end of the hallway was a little creepy. All right, so
I don't know, guys. I just had a little wander down the very, very, very end of where it's prison cell row. We've been hearing a lot of weird noises. Hopefully, a lot of these picked up on camera, but I don't know. We might sound a bit like this.
dude, I mean, that's like pretty dead on what it is. Like, and this is...
It looks like this might be what was used to open up the prison cells, maybe.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, here, I'll walk down to the end with... Come with me with the light.
I'll hold his hand, please.
When we're at the end, do it again, so then you can hear it from down here. But that's, I mean, that's what it sounds like.
And action. Yeah.
That's pretty weird, dude.
That's too bad. We'll try this up. That's the one with like, the crank.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
They're different sounds, I'm saying that. So this one, or this one.
I feel like we've heard almost both.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe both. I mean, they are quite similar sounding. I don't know, man. It's, yeah.
Pretty freaky.
I'm just thinking of what that noise is. Could you make it again for us? Could you just do what I just did? One more time, could you please move that lever like I just did? I can go back down where I was sitting before.
Just for posterity, try to shake one of these doors and see what it sounds like. Yeah, they don't even move.
There you go. That's very, I think we would have figured that out.
Yeah, I think it's the actual lever. That's f***ing weird, dude. Like, I swear, if you were, I mean, you can hear it on this phone, but if you stand here, it's actually like...
Really?
Yeah, let's, I wanted to see if you hear it one more time.
We'll just try and ask one more time. Okay, now that we're all back in the larger holding cell that we were in before, is there any chance you could please make pull that lever that I was pulling? Could you please muster up the energy? We'd really like you to do that, like really give this a good go for us, please.
Do your clap one more time.
Could you please clap back for me? Thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, we appreciate it. Sorry to keep asking the same thing, but could you just do that for us one more time, please?
And really try to pull it hard. It's weird because I feel like almost you can hear like really quietly, like almost, you know what I mean?
Well, like you can hear shuffling.
Yeah, like just like barely audibly.
Okay.
But that's the exact sound, dude.
And where it sounds like it's coming from.
Yeah, all the way at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Your phone can pick up those noises.
What'd you say about jerking your... What was your little phrase you had? Chin wanker. What was it?
Yeah. Thanks for the chin wag.
What the f does that even mean?
You're talking?
Chin wag, like you're wagging your chin. Like your chin's going up and down. It's like a chin wag. You're talking a lot.
Oh, I thought this whole time you were saying whack.
Chin wag?
Way.
What is wrong with you?
Why wouldn't you just say talk?
Because we're British. Okay?
You're Aussie, man.
Okay.
You're full on Aussie. You're not even
You debunked me.
all right. To death.
Very interesting, man.
Yeah, man.
Shit, alright.
I'm glad
To the death chamber we go. Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer of the show. And this week, to enter the contest, all you have to do is like today's video, let's smash that like button, and comment debunked in the comment section below. I'm gonna give y'all 10 seconds to do this now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So go comment. You can comment multiple times. It helps the video so much. But anyways, let's get back to today's video. Thank you for listening to my little spiel. I love you guys so much and stay spooky.
Okay guys, Colin is about to do an Estus session in the death chamber.
Ready?
Crack on, mate. Door is closed.
Introduce to me. They sit in here.
Who sits in here?
The dogs.
The dogs? Okay. What dogs?
He'll get you.
Has the same spirit been following us around all night?
The glass broke.
Were you executed in the death chamber?
The game is over.
That could be interpreted as a yes.
Were you executed because you killed someone?
What the hell's all this about?
We're just here to talk to you, have conversation.
Clap.
My bad.
Do you regret the things you did?
Breathe it.
What year did you die?
$44.
1944?
Oh yes, son.
Let's have a look. 1944 here. Two people. 1944. Raymond Plunkett
You up to no good.
or Floyd Lovelace.
Be more encouraging.
Are we speaking to Raymond?
Hell yeah. Buckshot.
What did he get arrested for?
June 30th, 1944, killed his 5-month-old son.
Is that true?
Raymond, did you kill your 5-month-old son?
Gravy and peas.
I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that?
Not at all.
So you didn't kill your son?
Shut up.
Were you wrongfully accused? If you did it, you're a sick f***.
203. It's a sad day.
It was a sad day when you killed your son?
Are you angry that people visit you here?
Preachers of happiness.
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 Oh, you are a sick.
Cut you out. My friend's dead.
Do you remember the day you were executed?
The number 6.
Number 6. This is a bit of a stretch, but it was June, 13th of June, 6th month.
How many spirits are in this death chamber?
A lot of literally. God damn it. I killed the guy.
Are you an angry spirit?
No, actually. Seven.
Is there anything you want to tell us?
George Norrie.
George Murray.
I thought you said Fury, but George something.
Died. Just like that. Died.
George Murray died.
So quick look at, see if we can quickly find George up here.
Nevada.
Can't tell that. Oh, there we go.
He had all the nice things.
There's a George Williams.
Did a lot of people come to your execution?
His family.
Just family.
Looks like that George Williams was the only George. Let's have a look. Well, we got no photos.
I'm not even doing this, I feel.
Back in 1909. Killed 2 prospectors in Esmeralda County.
Well, we don't have too much time left here. So we want to know if there's anything you have to tell us.
What do you want?
Just to hear your story.
Devil? Pussy?
Devil pussy.
I'm guessing.
Ugh, it's creepy in here, man.
Is this the same person who affected Colin last time?
Don't wait until it's done.
Don't wait until it's done. What's that supposed to mean?
I just wanted some ice cream, man.
Just want some ice cream. Was that your last meal request?
What was your last meal?
Baby. I'm gonna catch you.
Who are you gonna touch?
Back off.
No, we won't back off.
Me.
You gonna touch yourself?
No. Reno Sparks.
Can you make Colin sing some more?
It was the best days.
The best days were when you were in prison?
Someday.
Alright, well, we need to get going. This is your last chance. If you have anything to say,
Shut
say it
up!
now.
Sexy. Repeated attacks. Sliced it vertically.
Slice it vertically. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go. Just put it out.
Alcohol.
Guys, I'll be honest with you. I did want to like have a bit more fun with him, Colin, but some
Is
of the things
Daniel
from-
gone?
Some of the things he said here was actually quite kind of serious. I got a bit.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You're right.
God. How long was that?
10 minutes.
How was it?
It's kind of hard to hear.
What we did, the most interesting part is that I asked, what year did you die? You said 44.
Really?
And we looked on the headshots there, and there were 2 people who died in 1944.
Is it Raymond?
Oh, dude.
I said, is it Raymond? And you were like,
Yeah.
but it was like, yeah, you kind of had a weird yes to that. It was like, yeah, something like that.
That's the guy who
bro.
was 5-month-old.
He put
Oh, I heard our baby or kid word.
Yeah.
Yo, that's actually crazy, dude. It feels f***ing bad in here when you do the Estus. Like, I will say that.
I want to be like, I wanted this to be a bit of fun and like have a laugh with it, and then when that stuff come out, I was like, okay, this is, I don't know, it's just a bit weird now.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's just weird in here. I feel like it's like a on your skin type of thing. That felt like 3 minutes to me.
Huh.
We're sitting at 13 minutes right now.
Shit. I could have kept going. That was interesting. I felt like that was, I don't know, when I said, like, it feels like creepy in here, it's because it was, I don't know, if you were in here alone, you'd get that vibe of like, ugh.
Just unsettling.
I mean,
it's like
look where you
it's
are. I
anger.
totally get that. Look where you are. Whether that's in your head or anything supernatural, I don't know. But like, you know, look where you are.
I mean,
there are not many rooms on this earth like what we're in right now.
I mean,
crazy.
With the bed too, that's original. Well, whoever's here, whoever was just speaking, thank you, but please stay here. We respect your space, and yeah, definitely stay here. Because the last time was really weird. Alright. You can follow him though.
Yeah, you can follow me.
I want to get out of this room, man.
Hop on
Here.
my back. Let's go for a walk.
So, at the end of the day, crazy stuff actually. I've talked to both those guys since we shot our videos, and they both really thought that we had experienced something on the evenings that we filmed these investigations. Obviously, with Dawson and the Olde Park Hotel, the place was not as active as I would have liked it to have been, but, you know, in the Nevada State Prison, you had everything that we typically have in our videos, and I was so thankful that we actually went to a place that was active for this, because I was worried the whole time, like, we're gonna go somewhere that's dead, and then of course it's gonna be like, oh, you guys are just adding noises and pulling strings and blah blah blah, yada yada. But we actually had everything. We had bangs, we had shuffling noises, we had what sounded at one point like, I think like a whistle or a voice, cell block movement, a ton of different things. And then at the end of the day, Estus method, both times with both guys, kind of shocked them, I think, to a certain degree. Because I know it's easy to sit there and say like, oh, it's all bullshit, and you know, there's no way that they're doing this legitimately. But you know, with both of them, we did it completely legitimately, as we always do, and they kind of saw for themselves. You know, it's really interesting. I don't ever claim that everything in our videos is 100% proof of paranormal activity. I'd have never claimed that. I'm more in the camp that it's unexplainable. I don't know what it is. If people actually watch my videos, I always put text on the screen, unexplainable sound or voice or whatever I think that it is. And I actually used to write like spirit voice or ghostly woman's voice, and then what I interpreted it as. I don't know, I've come a long way getting more skeptical myself and believing more in different concepts. So it's just funny to see how your personal evolution occurs over time. You go from really believing this one thing and not believing in this to not really believing in that one thing but really believing in this after years of investigating and experiences. And that's all that I can say. I do want to state also at the very end of this that this was not meant to be some sort of, you know, vanity project. I told both of these guys we're not coming out here to completely say that, oh, we're just 100% legit and now no one can ever question us and blah, blah, blah. That's not the case of what this video was. This was an experiment that I wanted to do myself, especially from my own personal investigations that I've been on outside of the channel and seeing how different environments react to different people and different energies. And I got the results that I wanted. I kind of understand and I can really show you guys that if you're skeptical and you want to experience something, at the end of the day, just go in wanting to experience something, because that is what is going to make the experience. It's all about mental energy and openness. But anyways, y'all, thank you guys so much for tuning in this week. We have another incredible video coming next week. I say that every week, but we just shot an absolutely wild series throughout Illinois that you guys are gonna totally freak over. There were so many things that happened that were completely unexplainable, from hunting serial killers in Englewood in Chicago to investigating an exorcism house. And in that video, we had a psychic demonologist do a walkthrough and investigate the home with us before we did the historical tour. And then afterwards, we found out that the evidence that we were getting and what he was getting, you know, told to him was not only legit, but it was freakily accurate, to the point where the owner who gave us the tour the next day after the investigation, he was a little bit spooked. And he told us some things that aren't in newspapers, that aren't online anywhere, that happened that we had completely accurately predicted. I mean, it's really crazy stuff. In the meantime, you guys enjoy the rest of your week. Thank y'all for watching this evening. My name's Colin Browen, and yeah, see you next week and stay spooky.